distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. Thank you for joining us on the second day of the 5th Asia CCUS Network Forum. We warmly welcome those joining us for the first time today, and we are delighted to welcome back those who were with us yesterday. This year's forum is jointly organized by the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, or ERIA, serving as the Secretariat of ASEAN, and the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, or METI, of Japan, in collaboration with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, SKK Migas, and the Indonesia Center of Excellence for CCS and CCUS. Yesterday, we started with insightful speeches from excellencies and followed with engaging panel discussions on policy, commercial considerations for cross-border CCS implementation, and the expansion of CCUS and carbon recycling technologies. Today, we will continue the focus on cross-border applications with presentations ranging from decarbonization of thermal power plants to innovative approaches in carbon recycling. In the afternoon, we will hold a panel of experts discussing CCUS policy, regulation, and financing for carbon management. We deeply appreciate the time, knowledge, and expertise each of you brings to today's program. To begin our proceedings, it is my honor to invite Director for Energy Policy and Head of the Asia Zero Emission Center, ERIA, Dr. Nuki Agia Utama, who will deliver opening remarks.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ohayou gozaimasu. Kazuo Chujo, Hiroshi Hasekawa-san, Koji Yamamoto-san, and all distinguished speakers, delegates, and colleagues, good morning. I hope you really enjoy the second day in Jakarta, and the weather is very, very nice. Even though last couple of days we have a very, very sad condition, but recently it's getting better. Again, thank you for your continued participation. And yesterday we have heard how ASEAN and East Asia leaders and experts recognize the importance of CCUS technology as a key solution for meeting the Paris Agreement targets. This reflects a strong opportunity before us to work together in turning the potential of CCUS into a tangible reality. The first day gave us a valuable insights through intensive dialogue and 4 panel discussion, and we observed that the development of CCS, CCU technologies is promising. At the same time, we were reminded that further efforts in research, capacity building, and public engagement remain essential. The Asia CCUS Network is committed to supporting stakeholders in the process, helping to make net zero emission and achieve a goal in reducing the emission. First, for today's activities, we'll present the research studies conducted under the ASEAN Work Program. And this will cover carbon dioxide storage capacity assessment, feasibility of CCS project, and carbon recycling or utilization. And the studies were conducted in collaboration with institutions including MRI, Sumitomo, and also Indonesia's National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. With the contribution also from partners from Australia and Vietnam. And apologize that due to limited time, only the completed studies will be presented today. For future program, ASEAN will continue to carry out targeted research based on your guidance, and we also welcome collaboration with research institutions across the region, while also striving to avoid duplication of efforts And given our limited resources, we will prioritize projects based on the urgency and the support available from all member states. And second, the advisory group member will hold a close discussion to share recent developments in CCUS policies, exchange lessons learned, and identify priority areas for future cooperation to accelerate the deployment of CCS CCUS. And on behalf of the ERIA and ASEAN Secretariat, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to METI Japan, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, MEMR, Indonesia, the Mitsubishi Research Institute, MRI, Sumitomo, and also BRIN Indonesia for their collaboration and their willingness to share today's research finding, including also would like to thanks to IDB, who have a very strong support to this event. Distinguished participants, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as the head of the Asia Zero Emission Center, let me also share our perspective. ASEC views on CCUS as a vital pillar of the pathway to net zero. It is one of the solutions that can address hard-to-abate sectors, ensuring to reduce emission while maintaining economic growth, sustainability, and including affordability. At the ASE Center, we are fully committed to supporting this agenda, and we are currently developing voluntary carbon market guidelines and also energy transition finance report, where both reports will be presented during next month ministerial meeting and of course upcoming summit leaders meeting in the end of October. And we believe that both reports are very closely tied with CCUS, a true carbon trading mechanism on one side, and also by strengthening the bankability of the project on the other side. I was also reminded by, unfortunately he's not here, Koji-san, that the very first introduction of CCUS, CCU at the UNFCCC back in 2000 was met with the skepticism, and also many of them had not even heard of this technology. But today, the conversation has completely changed. We heard a lot of discussion on the cross-border trading, for example, policy and regulatory frameworks, and even procurement possibilities, and including the MRE system development. This shows that how far in the last 20-25 years CCUS has come and how central it has become to our collective climate strategy. In the spirit of ASEC, one goal, zero emission through various pathways, we see CCUS as more than just a technology. It is a bridge between today's realities and tomorrow's opportunities. Or I always like to say that CCUS is not only about capturing carbon, but it is about capturing the future. And I hope that today's meeting and today's discussion will bring forth new ideas, recommendations, and opportunities for collaboration as we continue our journey toward net zero in the region. Again, thank you so much for staying with us, and thank you for your contribution. And I hope today's exchange provide valuable insight and inspiration. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nuki. Please remain on stage as we will proceed with the photo session. Now, I'd like to call today's speakers to come up to the stage for the photo session. First, Ms. Kikuko Shinji, Mr. Soichiro Kunihiro, Dr. Usman Pasarai, Dr. Ari Rahmadi, Dr. Han Fumin, Ms. Shona Stephen Louis, Mr. Fahru Rozi Firmansyah, Mr. Hiroshi Hasegawa, Mr. Suksakone Pilavan, Mr. Zaharin Zulkifli, and Dr. Muhammad Rahmat Sule. Ms. Sonyen will join us later in the afternoon online. Please step forward a bit and look at the cameras. Okay, you may return to your seats. Thank you. Now, it is my honor to invite our first speaker of today, who will present decarbonization of thermal power plants and CCS. Please welcome Mr. Soichiro Kunihiro, Advisory to Unit Head and Cross-Border CCS Team, CCUS and Subsurface Energy Business Unit, Sumitomo Corporation.
Hi. Selamat pagi. Good morning, His Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kunihiro from Sumitomo Corporation. First of all, it is a great honor to make a presentation at this valuable event of Asia CCUS Network Forum. And I appreciate such an opportunity to all the hosts and organizers indeed. And as a self-introduction before jumping into the research study, my background is mainly infrastructure business, such as power plant at the power sector in APAC region, and having various kinds of experience like IPPC for like power sector for long years. And I am currently focused on this decarbonization area and working on especially CCUS from commercial and technical aspects, in particular these years. Then let me go to the agenda today. Yes. And by the way, I have 40 minutes this morning, and I think I can manage the time somehow. Okay. And today's agenda is as shown in the slide. And firstly, let me briefly introduce Sumitomo Corporation, including our CCS activities. Then Indonesia CCS case study, which is the main agenda of today, will be explained. Including overall outline, market overview of global and Indonesia, and also current assessment and overall result of this study. And one point to be noted, as marked in red here below, is that actually we have studied this research around 1 or 2 years ago, thanks to ERIA support. And we actually held an online workshop webinar last year in July, and that occasion was an Asia CCUS Network Knowledge Sharing Conference. So today I will have a similar sharing, taking this great opportunity. So kindly note this point in advance. Okay, I have a few slides to go for Sumitomo Corporation at a glance. And this shows Sumitomo Corporation at a glance. And we have built a global network to promote multi kinds of business activities in an integrated manner, as shown below. And we have 9 kinds of business fields by 9 business groups to create value at each field. And yes, next slide shows our 9 group business activities. Among these groups, Energy Transformation Business Group, where I belong to, has been contributing to the creation of a society by building a decarbonization and recycling energy system, while leveraging global power infrastructure business platform and further expanding the business development in the next generation energy field. And its group organization is shown on the left side, including Energy Innovation Initiative Strategic Business Unit, where I belong to. And that initiative is dedicated to sustain and develop energy solutions. And one more point, as highlighted in red, we have Indonesia Energy Solution Strategic Business Unit, which is focused on Indonesia Energy Solution business. And this is a quite unique organization we have at Sumitomo Corporation. So we are dedicating to Indonesia. That's a point. Okay, next slide shows our CCS activities. As far as CCS business activities are concerned, our initiative is to establish CCS value chain from CO2 capturing to transportation and up to storage. In the short to mid-term, business development in the Americas and Europe are currently focused based on the well-established regulatory frameworks in each market. But in the long term, business development in the APAC region, like cross-border CCS, is expected and pursued from now on. And another business area, like the third dot, carbon dioxide removal credits through the atmospheric and biogenic CO2 capturing, so-called DACs and BECs. Those are also our focused area. And the map shows our ongoing projects. And let me cut this time. Yes, now this is our main agenda. And I would like to explain overall outline of this Indonesia CCS case study. Yes, let me start with this photo as a kickoff slide of this session. And this photo was taken at our kickoff meeting at ERIA Jakarta office. And actually, it was October 2023, around 2 years ago. And one remarkable point is that we formulated an Indonesia working group consisting of Indonesian CCS stakeholders such as ERIA, ESDM, ITB, BRIN, and Migas, and we collaborated throughout the study. And today we have familiar faces here like ERIA, Gusti-san, or ESDM, Roji-san, and ITB, Dr. Asule. Yesterday we had. Anyway, we have familiar faces, and thanks to all the members' support. And we would like to, again, express our appreciation to those working group members for their useful and insightful comments. And also, we received kind guidance, and we would like to appreciate taking this opportunity as acknowledgement. Okay. Next slide. This is an overall outline. We conducted this study on the application of CCS to thermal power plants upon assuming CCS value chain, as shown here. We aimed to contribute to Indonesia's decarbonization, as well as stable power supply and sustainable economic growth in parallel. And in order to accomplish both stable electricity supply and economic growth, applying decarbonization technology to thermal plants such as CCS is desirable for a long-scale purpose in the long term, if feasible and applicable enough. And this study aimed to contribute to the consideration of decarbonization of thermal power plants through CCS from both technical and commercial perspectives. We analyzed the entire CC value chain from an operational coal-fired power plant to a potential CO2 storage in Indonesia, specifically for the purpose of this study. And as shown at the right side, CO2 emitting sources were assumed to be a coal-fired power plant, namely Tanjung Jati B, Unit 5 and 6, in which we own its majority ownership share. And it was assumed for this study purpose. And the CO2 storage sink, as shown in the left side, was assumed to be a gas field at South Sumatra only for this study purpose due to the background at that time. And the next slide shows the overall outline of our Tanjung Jati B 5 and 6. And they commenced operation 3 years ago in 2022 with a plant capacity of 2,000 megawatt by 2 units. It's a huge, big power plants. The details are mentioned as on the slide, like ultra supercritical coal-fired power plants with BOOT scheme for 25 years. As marked in the top right, sorry for the small letters, but this plant was assumed as CO2 emitting source and also capturing part in the CCS whole value chain. Yes, next slide. This shows our approach to the study of CO2 transportation, assuming two cases. One was shipping concept as rooted in yellow and some in blue for inland transportation. And the other one was a CO2 pipeline concept as rooted in red. The routing is from the bottom right up to the top left. And this study revealed a significant concern regarding the feasibility of long-distance transport and operation throughout the value chain. It also indicated that the transport of CO2 by liquefied CO2 vessel would be preferable for long distance over 1,000 kilometers with a large-scale CO2 volume around more than 10 million CO2 tons per year, like this case. And let me emphasize again that this study was conducted on a desktop study basis for a comparison purpose. And as you can see in the map, some may easily argue that such a challenging concept may look not so realistic as simply drawn in the map. And it was rather expected for a comparison purpose based on such a big concept, which might help and could be a sample reference when considering a similar big concept in general, as well as in the APAC region, which may be coming in the near future for cross-border opportunity. Yes. Next slide. This one shows a potential CO2 storage sink in Sumatra as assumed for this study purpose due to the background at that time. It was expected to have a huge volume of CO2 storage due to its gas field at the corridor field. All right. So as shown in the top left, this part was meant to be a CO2 storage sink, and this one's a transportation, and this one is the emitting and capturing part. So throughout the whole study, we considered this CCS value chain. Okay. And there are various study parts. For example, like CCS market overview and global Indonesia at first. And again, this was a study as of 1 or 2 years ago. So this reference shows the data from that time. Global market landscape expects CCUS to play a key role in abating huge CO2 emission by 2050, and we reconfirmed such expectations through the sessions yesterday. And it was assumed around 14% at that time, according to some reference then, and it should remain such a key role as one of the decarbonization solutions towards the future. Yes. This is also explaining global market landscape. The majority of CCUS demands has been expected to come from power generation and natural gas processing. The primary energy source of power generation will be coming from coals, especially in APAC region, like here in Indonesia. Then CO2 capture technology will be expectedly retrofitted in large scale, subject to CCS value chain feasibility and its applicability. And the next one also shows Indonesia market landscape. And the Indonesia market landscape looks similar to the global landscape, of which CCUS is expected to play a key role towards 2050, with a big volume, like 19%. Share according to a reference at that time. Indonesia economy relies on crucial manufacturing sector and the mineral resources sector, and it may mean a necessity of reducing CO2 emissions from industries and the thermal power generation sector to be minimized to go for both in parallel. Another remarkable point of Indonesia is a potential CO2 storage volume, which may play like a storage hub in the future for CO2 emitting countries, which are in need of CO2 storage capacity there, expecting cross-border opportunities regionally from CO2 exporting country to CO2 importing countries. Yes, this one shows Indonesia CCS market overview as of 2023-24, when 15 projects were set to be developed towards 2030. Now, the number of projects under development looks like increasing year by year, as we had yesterday. Then next part shows current assessment of this case study. Yes, key insights of challenges could be listed as in red there, such as the whole distance from more than 1,000 kilometers, and there are no available infrastructure at this moment, of course, throughout the value chain. And CCS regulation are improving year by year, but at that time, the regulation were meant to be applicable for oil and gas operation emissions at that time. And those are listed as challenges there. On the other hand, as opportunities, CO2 emitting volume, like more than 10 million CO2 tons, was assessed to be possibly stored as at such a big CO2 sink. But of course, it is subject to further consideration and analysis. Yes, next stage, this one shows what would be needed for next steps. And there are mainly three areas, such as government support, technical implementation, and partnership and financing availability. Government support is expected mainly for financial incentives and roadmap, including CCS, decarbonization roadmap, including CCS. And the technical implementation is expected mainly for storage feasibility, technology advancement across the whole CCS value chain, and capability readiness for implementing the whole chain, such as like workforce and upskilling of manpower for the long project term. And of course, cost reduction is one of the big part we need to expect from now on. And partnership and financing availability are surely needed and important among stakeholders to realize such a whole chain at the same time. Availability on energy transition financial products would ensure acceptable risk and returns for investors and CCS players. So, as a conclusion of this slide, CCS market evaluation and its establishment, as well as commercial CCS hub and cluster modeling, and we will most likely need like step-by-step approach, like staged approaches to potential business models, must be pursued from now on in order to install CCS into market. And yes, from here, I will explain overall result of this Indonesia study, CCS case study. Yes, and actually, the overall result from now on especially explains like technical specification as well as quantitative result. So it may be somehow in details. Firstly, technical specification and the conditions were set as shown here for two cases. One is shipping, ocean transport case, and another one is pipeline case were considered, each from CO2 capturing part to storing part. In each case, we considered two units, one unit case and two unit cases. But as you may imagine, two units case is preferable from the scale merit point of view, while the actual approach may be and will be possibly different, like step by step, So we may not start, or it's easily understood that from the beginning we may not consider like 100% CCS, at the same time. The details are mentioned here, such as CO2 capturing efficiency, like 95%, which sounds like the highest capturing level at this moment, and hence big capturing CO2 amount, like 13 million CO2 ton per year for this study purpose. And shipping and pipeline specifications simulated as such, as well as injection wells. So we considered how many ships will be needed, and what kind of pipeline will be needed, and how many injection wells are needed. And we somehow assumed, as shown in here. Yes, and also we needed to somehow exclude those cost OPEX as listed in here. For example, land and soil-related items, such as site purchase or land lease, because it could be hardly estimated at that moment. And utilities and other items are also excluded at this moment, because there are various scenarios for utilities and others. And as shown in the right side of this table, we compared our study results with the previous ERIA CCS study of CO2 pipeline basis, assuming a domestic case in Indonesia similarly conducted in 2022, as shown in the right side. So it shows like 500 megawatt CO2 pipeline case, and the others look similar. And it was supposed to consider a pipeline case. So case B, it looks similar to that previous study. Yes, this shows summary of total cost case for shipping. CapEx and OPEX were estimated as in the table for the assumed project period of like 25 years. And the total amount looks so huge, around $20 billion size for project period. Among the CapEx items, liquefaction part, including CO2 tanks, would be a major component at the CO2 emitting side, for example. And while the transportation part is somehow including inland transportation at the Sumatra side after unloading. So we came up with these figures, of course, roughly, but it looks huge at this moment. On the next slide, this shows CO2 pipeline transportation case. CapEx and some of OPEX were similarly estimated as in the table here. And the total amount, including CapEx and OPEX, were come up with $23 billion size in total for 25-year project period. Among the CapEx items, of course, CO2 pipeline part is the biggest one, as easily understood, for such a long distance, more than 1,000 kilometers. And the next slide shows unit cost per CO2 tons. And we came up with these figures, around $63 per CO2 ton for 2 units case of shipping transportation, and around 72 per CO2 ton for 2 units case of pipeline transportation from the study result. The previous study in 2022 is estimated on the right side, and if we compare somehow, we may say that unit cost level was actually somehow similar level, around $60 to $70 per CO2 ton for pipeline transportation. Of course, it is case by case, project by project, but the similar level was our result. Yeah, next part is also impressive and unique for this study. And this is a cost impact to electricity tariff on kilowatt-hour basis. And we somehow calculated levelized cost of electricity like that. And this one shows additional cost impact. And we estimated like US cents 7 to 9 per kilowatt-hour which must be a big impact if we need to simply add on to the current electricity cost. And many people will point out that these additional costs on top of the current cost look unacceptable so far in Indonesia. Now again, this estimation is only for this study purpose, just in case all the CCS costs were calculated simply as an add-on cost. And actual estimation in the future would require certain realistic assumptions and conditions if considerable in the future. And in order to tackle such negative impact to the electricity tariff, electricity cost, while achieving decarbonization in parallel, there would be 3 or 4 measures to be considered from now on. Further technology development and cost reduction, that's number 1. Scale up economic CCS business is number 2. And acceptance of CO2 from various kinds of CO2 emitters, not only oil and gas sector, but thermal power plants like this case would be needed, number 3. And last but not least, which may be the most important one, is incentives for CCS development would be expected a lot. And if there is no incentive for like CCS players, no matter where such CCS player plays in the whole CCS value chain, it is quite hard to think about this cost allocation. So such incentive would be expected from now on. Okay, and this one, this slide shows our way forward, or we need to keep on considering this part. And this slide refers to a similar estimation by PLN as of 2023. It's this around December 2023, when our study was conducted at the same time. We referred to this data because it was a very good sample or reference similar to our study result. As written in the first sentence here, the CCS implementation will result in electricity cost increase for sure. And as in the graph at the left side, the average cost to implement CCS EOR in coal plant was assumed to be impacting up to US 10 cents per kilowatt hour, as marked in red here, based on the total CCS cost estimation, around $89 to $103 in this case. And such estimation is very case by case, project by project, and power plant by power plant. It is totally different. But the electricity cost increase range up to 10 cents per kilowatt hour may be set like how say, not a good sample, but a considerable range according to those studies in general for now. Then CCS implementation results in electricity cost increase and electricity final tariff increase. Some measures by financing or incentives from the government and supportive organization will be expected and required. Also, how to make CCS project economically viable is the next concern. Otherwise, CCS projects could be hardly developed nor realized for thermal power plants. So what will be needed is a bit listed in the red at the right side. For example, special mechanism for economic viability, as well as financing support from concerned stakeholders, and incentives for CCS project would be expected from now on. And as shown in the bottom right, partnership among CCS stakeholders and progressing regulation frameworks and exploring financing options must be the key steps as proceeded at this moment, and we are expecting the coming future. And as a conclusion, while CCS and CCUS are expected to play a key role as a decarbonization solution on a large scale over long term, like 20 years or even more for project development, there are several other solutions for decarbonizing thermal power plants, such as co-firing with biomass or ammonia or hydrogen to achieve low CO2 emissions at thermal power plants. These solutions may need to be evaluated or pursued in parallel, but if we pursue the big-scale CO2 reduction, CCS would be an attractive solution, of course, if feasible and applicable enough. And nowadays, also, on the other hand, renewable energy like solar and wind power are also largely spread out in the global power sector. But such renewable energy feasibility and affordability are subject to each region and country, considering energy availability and power generation stability, especially in Indonesia, where heavily relies on coal-fired power plants at this moment. So sustainable power generation with decarbonization solutions must be the promising key in the long term anyway, while going for economic growth as well at the same time. So supporting frameworks not only for domestic CCS, but also for cross-border CCS in the region is much expected in this regard. Okay, thank you very much for this study opportunity and a valuable present opportunity today, this time. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insights, Mr. Kunihiro. Please stay on stage for the Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with questions. We'll open the floor for questions. Kindly raise your hand, state your name and affiliation, and pose your question. Okay, first question. Yes, please.
Thank you for excellent presentation. My name is Usman from BRIN. Considering the high additional cost for integrate CCS into a coal power plant, what is your suggest to reduce this cost to make it this happen? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great point. So not only the capturing cost, but also shipping cost or storage cost would be expected at the same time. But especially capturing part was estimated to be the biggest component in terms of unit cost per CO2 ton. So in order to reduce capturing cost, we may hope that technology updates as well as different kinds of capturing technology may be expected. So anyway, not only transportation storage part, but capturing part, we will expect cost reduction, so that total value chain may be acceptable towards the future. And not only capturing itself or separation itself, but actually liquefaction component after capturing CO2 is that big component. So not only separation, but also liquefaction for CO2 shipping. That's another part in order to reduce the capturing chain cost. I hope it answers somehow to your question. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question, Dr. Usman. Next, any more questions or comments from the audience? Yes, Dr. Nuki.
Thank you so much for your nice presentation. Just wondering on your scenarios on transferring carbon dioxide to the storage. Is there any possibilities for your team or your study considering these submersible pipelines? Because it will reduce the cost of land. Because on the pipeline scenarios, you mentioned it's not includes the cost of the land, which is, I believe, it will increase double or triple of your estimated costs. So whether this submersible pipe will be also being considered, and what's your point, and if you have some numbers approximately, whether it is going to be cheaper than the vessels or not? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, if we need to consider CO2 transportation by pipelines, of course, we will need to not only CO2 pipeline cost itself, but also we need to clear out all the land issues, land acquisition or lease issues. And as you pointed out, such additional cost will be surely impact negatively. And we don't have any number or figure at this moment, but we excluded it, or we couldn't estimate such land issue cost. So if the distance of CO2 pipeline is somehow limited, let's say less than 200 kilometers or less than 100 kilometers, the shorter the better, of course, then we may need to we may be able to overcome such land issue subject to the landowners and all the permits and conditions. But if we consider such a long distance case like this one, more than 1,000 kilometers, shipping will be, I don't say easy, but easier than CO2 pipeline case. And we expect the shipping technology advancement from now on, especially for the cross-border scenarios. Yeah, that's my quick comment.
What about the submersible pipe?
Submarine pipe. Yeah, that may be another idea or approach, and it may be smaller than on-land CO2 pipeline. So yeah, thank you. That's one of the ideas if CO2 pipeline is the better scenario than shipping scenario. But sorry, we don't have any figures at that moment. And also, if there are existing like oil and gas pipeline, or in the better case, if such available oil and gas pipeline are already not used anymore, we may somehow utilize such available pipelines. Or in short, we may consider parallel CO2 pipelines considering such oil and gas pipeline availability. It will minimize the routing issue somehow. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think we still have time for one more question, if there's any. Okay, then thank you so much, Mr. Kunihiro. We'll now move on to our next presentation. But first, give one more round of applause. Now, our next presentation is titled Feasibility Study on a CCS Pilot Project in Indonesia, delivered by Ms. Kikuko Shinchi, Chief Research Manager of Energy and Sustainability Division at the Mitsubishi Research Institute.
Selamat pagi. Very good morning to all of you, distinguished guests and speakers. Thank you for introducing me. My name is Kikuko Shinchi, and I'm the Chief Research Manager at Mitsubishi Research Institute. I remember participating in the very first Asia CCUS Network Forum back in 2020, which was held virtually because we were in the middle of the pandemic. And I feel very thankful today and honored that I'm able to participate in the 5th Asia CCUS Network Forum in person, and would like to express my sincere gratitude and to the sponsors and organizers of the forum. Thank you. My presentation today is on the result of the study we conducted on the hypothetical CCS pilot project in ASEAN, in particular Indonesia. And I will share the project outline and 4 main outcomes of the study, which I will explain later. So first of all, the project outline. This project was initiated based on the Asia CCUS Network's objective to implement a pilot CCS project in ASEAN with the aim of starting commercial operation by 2030. And the wish is to identify potential coal power plant to capture CO2 from and understand its potential cost, legal challenges, and possible solutions for capturing, transporting, and storing the captured CO2 within the ASEAN region. And this study was conducted with the aim of establishing a CCS hub in ASEAN in the future. The project delivered 4 main outcomes. One, estimation on the CO2 emissions from major coal power plants in key ASEAN countries. This will include countries outside of Indonesia as well. And estimation of cost of CCS activities based on one model case of a coal power plant and its CO2 capture in the ASEAN region. And this was conducted with the hypothetical case in Indonesia. The 3 recommendations on the implementation structures for the model case study. And the 4th outcome is proposals on incentives for CCS and CCUS activities in Indonesia. Okay, now I will share with you how we carried out our study for outcome 1, estimated CO2 emissions from major coal-fired power plants in key ASEAN countries. We carried this study out in 3 steps, this portion of the study in 3 separate steps. In step 1, we estimated emissions based on public data sources and mapped the potential CO2 sources and sink. And step 2, we narrowed the power plants down to 16 candidate plants based on the age of plant and their capacities. These factors were considered to make sure that the CCS plant in the future will have considerable amount of remaining lifetime and the capacity so we can maximize the mitigation impact from CCS. And for step 3, we narrowed down the 16 candidate plants even further and we selected the promising plants. The table on this slide shows the result of the estimation of CO2 emissions from key coal-fired power plants in the ASEAN region. And we did a survey on all 10 ASEAN countries. And here I put the countries in the order of high emissions. And you see that Indonesia is at the top by approximately 275 million tons per annum, followed by Vietnam, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Thailand. And in steps 2, we narrowed down the power plants to 16 candidate plants. And they were selected from the top 5 emitting countries that I mentioned previously, based on the age of plant and the capacity. And the capacity, for capacity, we chose power plants which had greater than 600 megawatt capacity per unit with more than 2 units, considering to maximize economies of scale. And just to mention that I will not go through the details of the tables mentioned on this slide and the following slides, but the study report is already available on ERIA Research Report website. And I have noticed that it's also displayed at the reception desk just outside this room. So please feel free to have a look if you're interested. Okay, so I will skip these slides and go to explanation on the step 3. And at step 3, we selected the promising plants based on the 4 main factors. We considered power plants close to the coast to minimize the cost of transportation, and we also chose power plants near potential basin. And we also considered power plants with large total capacity. And we tried to choose 2 power plants in different countries. And the 2 promising plants we identified as Java 7 Power Station in Indonesia and Vam Phong Power Station in Vietnam. And on the following few pages, I'm just showing the result of our mapping exercise for the 5 top emitting countries in ASEAN. Again, I will not go through the details. This is just to show you the image of the kind of exercise we carried out. And finally, we selected 1 power plant for CCS cost estimation, which I will explain in the next section for outcome 2. And Java 7 Power Station was selected, and this slide shows the details of this power plant. And okay, so I will now come to share with you the details of the exercise we conducted for outcome 2, estimated cost of CCS activities until 2030 based on 1 model case. And I will share with you the result of our cost estimation exercise in the overview page, which is shown now. And I will explain later how these figures were arrived. But as you can see, the total cost is approximately $70 per ton of CO2 for pipeline transport, and slightly lower if you consider transport by ship. And I think this is closely in line with the information shared with from Sumitomo Corporation in the previous speaker, and also in line with previous area study on CCS cost estimation, also in line with other international studies. Okay, now I will share with you a bit about why we chose Java 7 power plant for conducting this cost estimation exercise. Because we chose this because we were able to gather detailed reservoir data through another area study, and it was possible to make cost estimation more in line with actual conditions compared to other promising power plant. And also, Indonesia, we believed Indonesia would be a good case study because of the situation of CCS-related regulations. As all of you in this room are aware that Indonesia has already put in place a regulatory framework with CCUS, and I will explain in later sections of our presentation. And it's in Indonesia, I believe, is a very good case to study the CCS business environment, which includes not just the cost aspect, but also the regulatory and policy aspect. Okay, this slide shows some information about the potential basin. And we chose the Sunda Asri Basin as for the cost estimation exercise. Okay, now I would like to mention a little bit about how we did the estimation for the capture cost. We estimated the capture cost using the U.S. Department of Energy NETL, or National Energy Technology Laboratory model. And certain assumptions were additionally made to make so we can adjust the cost to reflect the latest cost to the extent possible. Again, you can read the details of the assumptions in the report later on. And the capture cost at the 2023 cost level was estimated to be approximately $54 per ton. And for estimation of transport cost by pipeline, again, we use the US NETL model, and the cost estimation was arrived at the result of approximately $2.8 per ton of CO2. We also, although for this model case, we are currently expecting pipeline transport, we also estimated the cost for transportation by ship for the purpose of exercise. And we used the IEA model for this portion of our estimation. And estimation of the storage cost was done using the ZEP model, and the storage cost at the level of 2023 cost level was estimated to be approximately $13 US dollars per ton. We also attempted at validating the result of our cost estimation exercise based on reference values. Reference values we looked at include previous area studies and also international cost estimation exercises conducted for CCUS. And we arrived at the result that our estimation is within the range of the result from other similar studies. Okay, now I will move on to outcome 3. And from outcome 3 onwards, we will discuss business models, and policy, environment, and financial structures, and so on. And outcome 3 is about the recommendation on the implementation structures for the model case studies. We identified that CCS business models can be generally classified into 2 types: the full chain model and partial chain model. In the full chain model, the captured CO2 is transported from one capture facility to one injection site in general. and project is usually developed, owned, and operated by a single entity. And for pilot projects, the full chain model may be suitable in general, where the operator can control the development, execution, and operation of full chain from emission to storage. In the partial chain model, as you can see, the CCS value chain is split, with partial chain projects focused on capture, transport, and/or dedicated storage. And I think this model is suited to the CCS hub development. Then we considered the implementation structures for the two business models that I just introduced. And considering that the pilot CCS project that we are discussing here is the retrofit of the existing power plant, two types of consortiums formations were considered. Consortium A, the first type, is where the power generation company or the emitter orders the EPC contract for CO2 captured facility, and the transport and storage company provides the CO2 handling service and receives a service fee in return. And in the Consortium B model, CO2 capture, transportation, and storage services are provided to the power generation company or the emitter, and the consortium receives a service fee in return. We also assessed whether there are industrial players already available in Indonesia to fulfill either Consortium A or B. And we were able to identify that there are already players in Indonesia that can fulfill the roles expected for either Consortium A or Consortium B model, including a lot of the Japanese companies that are considering or already entering the Indonesia CCS market. And there are also various overseas, non-Japanese overseas players as well, mainly the oil majors. And of course, there are Indonesian key local players, including power producers and other emitters. And last but not least, Pertamina Group companies. We also considered the expected investment structure for both types of consortium. First of all, we considered that establishing SPC or special purpose company may be an effective approach in allocating risks. And since most CCS equipment costs are for capture facility, Consortium A may reduce risks for investors, as it is handled mainly through the emitter company. But again, in this case, the power plant or the emitter will require a very large investment. And on the other hand, under the consortium, so for Consortium A model, incentives are essential. And in a case where incentives for the emitters are limited, Consortium B type of investment structure may be more effective. In the Consortium B type of structure, CCS as a service model led by an operator may be more effective, where there's a separate operator providing capture, transport, and or storage services to the emitting power plant. But in order for this to happen, track record building by the operator will be crucial. Through pilot projects, through possibly using not just private funding, but public funding as well. And I believe everyone here agrees that cost reduction and wide-scale deployment of CCS are important to realize transition from pilot phase to commercial phase. Pilot projects tend to rely on direct subsidies from the government, and however, as the scale of CCS project increases, an effective carbon price will be key incentives for deploying CCS. And I would also like to add a few more of the findings from our study in terms of the transition from full chain projects to CCS hubs. And while the full chain projects where CO2 is transported from one capture facility to one injection site, typically involving a single operator, it was a natural model for the first-of-a-kind projects. They suffer from high investment costs and cross-chain risks, and liabilities needs to be borne by a single developer. And breaking up the CCUS value chain can help mitigate these hurdles as CCUS scales up. We are now seeing this happen with part chain projects focused on capture, transport, or dedicated storage, developing in connection to emerging shared infrastructure within the CCUS hub. And the CCUS hub model spreads infrastructure costs between the emitters and generates economies of scale to reach emitters that are smaller in scale or further away from the identified CO2 storage site. And developing a CCUS hub can also send a positive signal to operators of emitting facilities seeking to reduce their emissions. So should they invest in CO2 capture, they know that required CO2 management infrastructure will be available. So we believe shifting towards the CCUS hub model or partial chain model will be essential in the transition from pilot to commercial phase. This will be the last section of my presentation, and it's about the outcome for the proposal on incentives required for CCS and CCUS activities in Indonesia. We first did a study on the existing policy and regulatory framework related to CCS and CCUS in Indonesia. And as I explained at the beginning section of this presentation, Indonesia already has in place very comprehensive CCS regulatory framework. And we put the Indonesian regulations next to the handbook for CCS regulations the IEA has published. The IEA has compiled recommendations for model CCS regulations. And we found out that most of what IEA says are essential in regulating CCS is already introduced in Indonesia. Having said that, we also did identify a very few gaps which may benefit from being addressed in the near future. For example, we believe that there is still a lack of adequate specific provisions to support CCS business and CCS hub business environments, such as obligations to allow third-party access or liability issues involving third parties. And we also believe it is important to address the alignment with international standards, especially if when considering cross-border transport and storage business development. For example, London Protocol is one of such international standard that governs cross-border transport. However, we also understand that cross-border transport may happen only as a result of bilateral agreements. So this is just to say it's not just on the having the regulations, but it also depends on the bilateral negotiations as well. We also identified gaps in finance and incentives, and for finance, it is not. We also looked at not just the Indonesian government financing, but also multilateral financial schemes to support establishment of regional CCUS hubs. And we looked at financial resources such as ADB and World Bank, and we found that the Green Climate Fund under the UNFCCC has experience supporting CCUS projects in other parts of the world, but it's still not. There's only very limited track record on providing funding for CCUS. And ADB and World Bank, again, they're known for supporting climate change mitigation related activities. But again, when it comes to CCUS, they're also lacking a good track record on financing. And we believe that it's essential to include CCUS in scope of multilateral financial scheme, as the government subsidies of one country are usually not enough. And we believe that Indonesia it's in a good situation to achieve this goal, because PTSMI is one of the accredited entities to utilize to access Green Climate Fund. And I believe coordinations with them could also lead to promotion of the blended finance scheme, which I will explain in my next slide. And for incentives, we also believe there needs to be more developments in the incentives, such as development of the cap and trade system or the carbon credit market involving CCS. So the emissions reduction achieved through CCS and CCUS activities are properly valued. And I also understand that there are already activities going on to this regard. And we also, lastly, we considered the expected approach through de-risking mechanism to facilitate financing for the first movers of CCS and CCUS. And for step one, we believe that we need to identify all the barriers and possible solutions. And I already mentioned to you the financial barriers, like regulatory barriers, and some of the cross-chain barriers. Just to add some comments. For financial barrier, we see that, as I explained earlier already, we believe that incorporation of more government and more multilateral financing scheme for CCUS is essential, not just to cover the cost of CCUS, but also to mobilize more private sector investment as well. And for overcoming regulatory barriers, one might think that regulations are only set by government entities, but we also believe that public and private sector stakeholder engagement is essential to make sure that regulations put in place are in line with the actual business conditions. And we propose setting up private and public engagement working groups to discuss and identify necessary regulations. And for putting value on carbon, we need to make sure there's a common approach and methodology for carbon credit and putting value for CCS portion of the carbon neutral fuels with all the stakeholders involved. And this will also include how to adjust the emissions reduction, or what we call the corresponding adjustments under Paris Agreement, Article 6. And this is especially important if you want to convert CCS emissions reduction to carbon credits and transfer it to another country. Okay, and for cross-chain barrier, we believe that sharing good practices is always the first step for the creation of the regional hub. This will be my last slide. I want to end my presentation with sharing the image of what we consider as the de-risking mechanism to facilitate financing for fast-mover projects. And I briefly mentioned the word blended finance. Blended finance is where the public and private financing come together to support a large-scale project, especially when it's still in the early stage of development and high in risk. And this method has been tested and used already in other areas, but I believe that this can also apply to CCS and CCUS, especially because participation by multilateral financing scheme has not been widely seen yet in CCS and CCUS. And by incorporating these international financing mechanism, we believe will mobilize more public and private financing institutions to feel secure in financing CCS and CCUS projects. And again, I think this has this can help public and private financial institutions, including, I think, Japanese financial institutions and Indonesian or other ASEAN local institutions to provide financing to the local actual operators of the CCS and CCUS in the region. Okay, that will be the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for providing us with a comprehensive analysis, Ms. Sinchi. Now let's welcome questions and comments from the audience. Anyone? Yes, the gentleman at the back.
My name is Riswandi from PHE. Very interesting presentation, actually. You explained quite detail regarding the FS. I noted that you presented that the cost for 25 years injection, it's around 70, right? And then consists of from the processing from the emitters, which is the highest cost. It costs around $54 per ton, and then also the transportation, if using shipping, 2.83, and then for the storage site itself, around $13 per ton. Would you please elaborate more the assumption that you put in place during the FS? regarding the cost that already presented, like the transportation and also the storage side, like how many well, and then some detail if you could elaborate more. Quite interesting for us to see the general figure regarding the value chain, the full value chain from the emitters until the sequestration site through the well. Thank you.
Okay, can I show the slides again?
Yes, please show the PPT again.
Yes.
Okay, please wait a moment. Yes, it's now on the screen.
Okay. So thank you very much for your question. Okay. Okay, so for estimation of the transport cost, I have mentioned in my slides the breakdown by components, and the components were selected based on the model that we used, which is the US DOE and ETL model. And we made assumptions based on the emissions volume, and also the size of the, based on the size of the power plant and emission factors. And some of the assumptions were mentioned here, such as the 0.6 power rule, which is the general rule of thumb by engineers to take into account the scale merit of the infrastructure projects, and discount rate 7%, the operational period 25 years, and so on. And if you want to know more details, you're welcome to go through our report, which is available on the ERIA website. And I didn't include the details of the modeling because I think this is, just a over presentation and overview. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I answered your questions directly, but you're welcome to have a look at our report. And if you have any further questions, you're welcome to also ask me later on.
Thank you. This actually answers the question. Regarding the storage itself, do you have any
storage
slide? Yeah. Because this one is transportation through pipeline, right?
Yeah.
There is one component related to storage.
Yeah.
How many well, and then if you have injection well.
Yes. How many wells? I think we, again, sorry, I have to look at the report to give you the correct answer, but I believe we considered like just one well. And again, this was based on the existing model, and we chose the components based on the model, and we calculated the input data based on the size of the emissions.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I answered the question. Just a short question. Actually, how many MTA in this model you applied to calculate the total per ton, $70 per ton for 25 years?
sorry, your question again?
Yeah, my question is how many MTA for 25 years to generate this model?
Okay, let me see. Okay, I need to come back to you about that. So,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I will have a look at the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sinchi. If you have any further questions for Ms. Sinchi, you can reach out to her during the break. It is time for us to move on to our next presentation, Estimating Basin Scale CO2 Storage in Indonesia. It is my pleasure to invite the next presenter, Dr. Usman Pasarai from Indonesia's National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. Dr. Usman, you have the floor.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Today I would like to present one of the study supported by ERIA, estimating basin scale CO2 storage in Indonesia. As we know that CO2 storage is one of value chain in to deploy CCS. This is having CO2 storage accurately is a critical part. So this my presentation will be systematically outlined as follows. First, I would like to explain the objective of this study. Next, as the scope, and next methodology and result, and some conclusion. So this study is carried out to perform geological storage estimation assessment for sedimentary basin across Indonesia's archipelago. The objective is in terms of the suitability, storage resources, and also maturity. So we can see here that Indonesia has a lot of 128 sedimentary basin across the archipelago, and the color here represent the status of the basin. The red one is producing basin, meaning there is oil and gas production in this basin. And the blue one is discover basin. Discover means there is a hydrocarbon well, discover hydrocarbon well, but not yet producing. And the green one is a prospective basin. No well, but component of petroleum system exists. And also we already have seismic data. And the yellow one, the most yellow one is unexplored basin. It consists of around 67 basin. So Indonesia has 69 unexplored basin. So the scope of the study is first assess geological storage, limited to oil and gas reservoir. This evaluated at the field level, and saline aquifer evaluated at formation in a basin level. And for saline aquifer, the depth is limited to 800 to 2,500 meters. And the majority of quantity storage resources estimated will be assessed by classifying the storage based on storage resources management system. Let's move to the first step, screening suitability of the basin. First, we assess the depth of basin, and we found there's 32 basin that have a depth less than 800. So this basin roll out from the next assessment. Then we develop screening criteria based on group it into 4 categories: data availability, storage potential, storage security, and environment. And we gather data from multiple sources to define each criteria. This is parameter used in this screening. We divide from class 1 to 5. 5 represent more suitable condition. And we define this number based on data, our population data collected during this study. And the result here, this is a top 20 basin. As we see here, that most of this basin is a producing basin. Yeah, this is as expected, because producing basin means has adequate data to do this assessment. Proven, because there is oil and gas producing already exists there. So this is make this most basin becomes top in terms of their suitability. Next, estimation storage resources and classifying this quantity in terms of the maturity, in terms of the commercial readiness. Volumetric method was applied, was used to do this estimation. This is a common formula used to such assessment. The new one introduces, we introduce what we call a trap geometry multiplier. This is to reduce uncertainty regarding the shape of the basin, the height, the closure shape, and others. And also, we also apply we call CO2 storage efficiency. This is a function of lithology of the basin, as we can see here. And then we classify the quantity of storage resources estimated based on the SPE storage resources management system. This framework divides the storage resources into undiscovered storage resources and discovered storage resources. Discovered, then then divided into sub-commercial and commercial. This is the process that we have had carried out during this study. For saline aquifer, more sedimentary basin database obtained from the geological agency. And then we have information regarding all basin in terms of area, thickness, and so on. And properties to calculate storage resources estimation. The data for estimate resources collect from multiple sources, from published literature, Migas, IAP publication, and so on. Then we develop basin database. And from this process, we have that not all of 128 basin has adequate data to perform storage estimation. Only 46 basin that has adequate data to do storage resources estimation. And this is the result for basin scale, saline aquifer estimation in basin scale. Total storage estimation in saline aquifer is around 680 gigaton. Yeah? And most of this basin is producing basin. So this calculation did in the formation level. So as you can see here, some basin has more than one formation that a potential hold pore volume for CO2 storage. And this is a more detailed example. How do we do this calculation, this estimation? First, we collect a basin map from a geological agency, and then we collect all parameters needed to estimate the volume, the quantity of storage resources. And from the estimation of 120 basin across Indonesia, 21 have sufficient data for CO2 storage estimation, and the storage resources is 680 gigaton. And again, this estimation related to unknown or uncharacterized part of discovered geological formation, so resulted in great uncertainties. And therefore, these resources are classified to undiscovered prospective. So this is important to know that, of course, we need a subsequent maturation state should be conducted to narrow the scale of this investigation from basin scale assessment down to specific site with viable drilling target. And these activities are time consuming and costly. And for oil and gas estimation at field level, we apply this formula, and this is based on the field data from oil and gas fields. And the process, this is the process. First, we collect the reserve database from Migas and collect all parameters required to perform this estimation. And as all data available for this estimation and already characterized, already validated, so the quantity estimated classified as contingent storage resources. This is the result. So total CO2 storage at the more than 1,000 oil and gas field of Indonesia, estimated more than 10 gigaton, amounted 1.3 gigaton, distributed in more than 700 oil fields, and 8.8 gigaton in 340 gas fields. And all this quantity storage resources have been discovered and characterized, but not yet considered for commercial development at the moment, at the given time. So they are classified as contingent storage resources. This is the example how do we perform this calculation. So this one's derived from a reserve database, and this information, this data, collected from multiple source data information. And the number of fields evaluated, more than 1,000, with total CO2 storage resources more than 10 gigaton. And they have been discovered and characterized, but CO2 storage are not yet considered. And therefore, this quantity classifies as a contingent storage resources. And from this assessment, gas fields have significant CO2 storage resources compared to oil fields because of their large size and their higher recovery factor. And looking into detail for gas field, most of these storage resources mostly found in Kutai, North Sumatra, Bintuni, and Timor Sea basin. These top four basins represent more than 70% of the total. And if we apply 10 megaton to filter more favorable gas field to support large-scale CCS development, then we found that most of gas field still have more than 8.4 gigaton. And the CO2 storage resources in the Timor Sea basin here is around 1 gigaton. It's come from just one field. This is indicating a sufficient economic scale for a CCS project. And as Bintuni Basin has whole CO2 storage resources around 1.2 gigaton and distributed over 9 gas fields. And as we hear from yesterday presentation from Tangguh project, there's one field that anticipated to be commercially. So this quantity classified as a capacity. Capacity class as a commercial. And for the oil fields, contrast with the gas fields, we have more than 700 oil fields, but when we apply minimum threshold of 10 megaton, we accounted only 14 oil field with total CO2 storage resources less than 1 gigaton. So the potential of the resources of oil field quite distributed across most of oil field, so indicating that the storage resources capacity is quite small compared to the gas fields. So this is a slide so the Indonesia CO2 storage resources catalog. So only field with CO2 storage resources more than 10 megaton included in this chart. And today there is a total almost 700 gigaton aggregated Indonesia storage resources. And of this total, 680 classed as undiscovered, remaining 9.2 gigaton sub-commercial contingent, and the remaining 0.025 gigaton as commercial capacity. So as a conclusion, estimating Indonesia's CO2 storage represents a groundbreaking step toward advancing CCS technology to support global low-emission energy goals. With total estimated storage capacity around 690 gigaton, in which around 680 gigaton classed as undiscovered. So Indonesia has a potential to become a regional leader in decarbonization efforts. From this assessment, found that a gas reservoir highlighted their technical and commercial readiness, contribute around 8.4 gigaton, while oil fields around 0.8 gigaton, both classed as a discovered contingent. And a field in Bintuni Basin already identified as commercially viable with a capacity of 0.025. And for business, this information creates opportunity to tap into market for low carbon technology, particularly in sector like fossil power generation, hydrocarbon production, synthetic fuel in key regions of Kutai, West Java, North Sumatra, and in Bintuni Basin. This is my last presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Usman. Now we have time for one question from the audience. Anyone? Okay, looks like it's all pretty clear already. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Usman. One more round of applause, please. Now it is time to hear an explanation on a carbon recycling paper presented by Dr. Ari Rahmadi, who is also from RIN.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ari Rahmadi. I'm honored to be invited to attend this presentation. But along with it, I'm from BRIN, which is the amalgamation of various research institutes in Indonesia. I used to work for BPPT, now it is BRIN. My colleague there, he was from Migas. And funny that my colleagues now is also from nuclear agency, aerospace, and some of the researchers from other institutions such as Ministry of Social Economy. So my colleagues also have a various background in archaeology, even social sciences. So we are a mix of everything. Well, my name is Ali Rahmadi. I'm a chemical engineer, and I bring my laptop here because I'm getting too old, so I cannot read that things. So I've got to read from my own laptop. So allow me for that. Today, I'm going to talk about the potential of CO2 utilization technology for PET plastic production and high density of polyethylene. You see, this is a collaborative work between our researchers in BRIN as well as in some of the industry. And I particularly thanks for the ERIA for funding this research, or partially funding this research. And it's been going on for 6 months. Next, yes, this is the acknowledgement that we have, and thank you very much for financial support from the area for carrying out this study. Next. I'm going to talk about the objective, the scope, the method that we are doing, and we present the result and development concept of having a recycling CO2 into a valuable products, in this case polyethylene terephthalate, and the HDPE, high density polyethylene, and what are the implications of such a finding. You see, our objective is to develop process for integrating CO2 into the captured CO2 captured into the ethylene glycol production for PET and high density polyethylene. Those are the plastics. For those who are not familiar with the PET, it is the bottled water that we are having. You see, is very clear, good, and can be recycled. While the HDPE is for the high density polyethylene, which is a type of plastics for piping, for tanks. Yeah. But the HDPE is not transparent, while PET is transparent. We also would like to select the realistic process pathway in this case. Yeah, there are many pathways, but CO2 we need to recycle. Yeah, then convert it into the plastic or polymer product. And also we would like to check whether we can promote and support transition to a low carbon economy. So the idea of converting CO2 or recycling CO2 is that we do not produce more carbon dioxide. But the thing is, we talked about this thing with the ERIA in the preliminary presentations before. Unfortunately, the European countries, they do not recognize recycling CO2 as a way of carbon reduction, because they believe that CO2 is still there. So yeah, we recycle CO2, but then we are still struggling to convince them that this is a kind of carbon credit. But that's another matter. Thus, the scope of the study would be the first, we are selecting the reviewing the CO2 recycling technology development. Yeah, and secondly, do the literature review on existing PET and HDPE traditional process. As we all see, that PET and HDPE mostly are from fossil fuel feedstock, either natural gas or fossil oil. Yeah. So we would like to know whether there are production pathway that is feasible for these things, either using the methanol route or direct conversion. Yeah. Or we'd like to find out whether green methanol in here and the polymers production in Indonesia would be feasible. As we all know, that methanol is the intermediary product that can be manufactured for everything. Yeah, for everything, for fuel, for everything. And we try to develop the green PET and HDPE production concept, yeah, for Indonesian case. As you see that we are thinking, oh, why don't we build a PET and HDPE plants somewhere near where the carbon dioxide can be captured. Meaning that a possible area would be in Cilegon area or in East Java, which is in the Gresik, or in area of, I forgot the area. It's a part of Java. But when I listened to the presentation by Sumitomo, there is one area that I miss, which is the Tanjung Jati. There is a 2,000 megawatt there. So I guess area in Tanjung Jati is also possible having a PET, HDPE from CO2 as well. Yeah. So I forgot that there is a good complex of coal-fired power plant in Tanjung Jati. So next, I will revise that. So this is the scope of the study. Now the methodology, let's find out the literature review. We try to do the experimental investigation, but I don't think at this stage we are able to do that. And then we are dealing with the stakeholder engagement, meaning that we are also consulting industries, particularly those industries who manufacture plastics. We visited the recycling PET as well as HDPE manufacturers in Cilegon, which is Chandra Asih. We visited there, and they welcome this kind of study, but provided, Pak, when you find the good route, please do not, please use our plant. Please use our plant. Otherwise, we will be out of business. So we convinced them that this is the idea is having a CO2 and then use the existing value chain so that none of us will be left behind. So the literature review will be analyzing existing CO2 carbon capture. See how much is it the amount the price of carbon capture in this kind of technology. From the previous presentations, somewhere about $50, $47, and then transmission is somewhere about $3 per ton. Yeah, it's good numbers. And reviewing literatures on how we can convert CO2 into the PET and HDPE. Yeah. Selecting production pathway, taking care of the environmental impact. For instance, what are the CO2 emission for this particular process route? And preliminary economic evaluation. For these things, we used Aspen Plus, which is the research license, and OpenLCA, as well as Excel-based techno-economic assessment. Now, let's go to the result that we have and the development concept that we developed. We find out that when we produce, when we try to produce the PET, polyethylene, we use ethylene glycol, which is coming normally from natural gas, and terephthalic acid, which is also from natural gas or from the oil refinery. So our lifestyle is basically built on fossil fuel, unfortunately. But that's the lifestyle that we have. That's the lifestyle that we choose. Now, are there any improvement if we use the CO2 that we produce? Of course, yes. Yeah? This is the existing pathway. We do the polymerizations, give us the terephthalic acid, yeah? Give us the ethylene glycol, and we produce the polyethylene terephthalate. Indonesia has several plants, and we can find it near Jakarta. And yeah, those are from Mitsui Chemicals, Toray, yeah, that's in Jakarta, in Tangerang, where I live. So it's a natural and it's a traditional process. Now, there are other ways using the CO2. The first one is we call it methanol route. CO2 converted into methanol and ethylene glycol. Now, but everything we need hydrogen. Or we have the direct conversion with this CO2 into the ethylene glycol, yeah, direct route. Yeah, but then of course we still have the hydrogen in this case. We still have the hydrogen in this case. Yeah. Next. Oh, yeah, here. Now, this is the comparison with particularly when you are a chemical engineer, when you are chemical engineering, you are using the material balance, and it is very clear here. The traditional PET, yeah, for every tons of product, we need roughly about 1 ton of crude oil or natural gas. So those are the input for that. But then for the methanol route, we slightly use the more CO2, which is about 3 tons, and 0.45 tons of hydrogen. With the direct one, it's slightly less. Yeah. So you can imagine if the price of let's go straight. If the price of the PET is about $1,200 per ton, so the price of CO2 is about $150. If we get the price of CO2 is about $50. But then hydrogen here is the key here. 0.5 tons times, let's say, the current price of ethanol is about $4. Simply, the price of PET derived from CO2 will be more than at least $1,500 per ton. This is the key message that I would like to convey here in terms of money. Yeah, in terms of money. Next. Now, for the HDPE, it's another one, a different one. This is also a catalytic reaction, high density polyethylene. It's coming from steam cracking of naphtha. Yeah, steam cracking of naphtha. And the key polymerization is there. Yeah, the reactions, Ziegler-Natta, it's common that is produced in the world. It's very stable. And Indonesia has a Chandra Asri and Lotte Chemical in Cilegon there. We visited that facility and we introduced our idea as I told you. Yeah, it's a good idea, but then they said that we are okay, Pak, because our price is very competitive. But then if yours will be feasible, please do not leave us. Please do not leave us because we have invested a lot in here. He said that. Now, HDPE is also have 2 routes, methanol routes and direct CO2 conversion. So the CO2 hydrogenated, converted into methanol, and methanol to olefin, and converted into polymerization of ethylene to HDPE. Direct CO2 is also like that. But then the key message here is that those two are producing the same product and using CO2 as well as hydrogen. The key here is we need hydrogen. Next, yeah. Again, this is the theoretical balance for that. And for every ton of HDPE, we require about roughly about 2.3 tons of carbon dioxide. But we need about 0.3 or 0.4 tons of hydrogen. Sorry, I made a mistake here. It's not 60 kilogram or 0.4 tons. So this is the important here. The price of CO2 and the price of hydrogen. And of course, the hydrogen here should be renewable hydrogen. Yeah. This is the material balance that I put it in, next, yeah. This is the material balance that I put into a picture. It's easily can be routed and can be captured, which is the HDPE is the red color, while the PET in a black color, and there is a fossil route and a green CO2 recycle route over there. So from here we can derive how much roughly ballpark production cost of each green HDPE and green PET. Next, yeah. Now, given this process flow of PET and HDPE production alternatives, there is traditional one, and there is a methanol route, and then there's a direct route. When we do a kind of technology readiness level, we believe that methanol route is a more feasible compared to the direct route because it is in the early stage of research, and electrolysis is not been a problem in the second one. So we believe that methanol route is more suitable. And of course, if we cannot produce PET or HDPE, we have a methanol, which can be used for anything. So I guess the methanol route is the option in here. Next. So this is a summarizing all the methanol route that we select: carbon capture, converting into methanol, producing ethylene glycol for PET, synthesis comonomer, promoting circular economy, and reducing fuel. That's the idea. That's the idea. Yeah. All right. Now the implication. Next. Implication here would be we need to develop green methanol concept. Yeah. And this is the aim of this study. And reality is we need hydrogen. Yeah. And the high cost of carbon capture. Now, carbon captures can be managed, although that there is an opportunity to reduce the cost. But the hydrogen here is the pain in the neck, I can say. But it promises a less dependent on fossil oil feedstock, which Indonesia, for the case of Indonesia, we are net importer countries. We are producing 600,000 barrels per day, but then we imported roughly about 1.5. So that's only for fuel, yeah? For fuel, not everything. So I guess having less fossil oil feedstock import would be beneficial. Next. Now, I think I did not need to cover these things. It's been covered by previous speakers about the carbon captures and the price for that. And we got it from Kimura report. about $54.75, while the transportation is about roughly about $4 or $2. It depends on where you are based on. Next. This is the problem here. As you see that the green hydrogen price is somewhere in between $3.9 or $4 to $9. I talked to Pak Nugi outside. The Japanese would be happy if we got the price of $4 per ton. $4 per kilogram or $4,000 per ton. So this is the problem. Are we going to choose the green hydrogen, which is high in the price, or we have the blue hydrogen or even gray hydrogen? So this is the problem we are facing. The technology is there, but then price-wise, cost-wise, as well as the carbon dioxide emission, LCA emission, carbon dioxide, would determine whether this is truly a renewable plastics. If we got CO2 captured, but then we're using gray hydrogen, people will question us. This is not really that renewable. So this is the problem. Next. We did a preliminary estimate of the CO2 emission. We come up that, we will save CO2 when we're producing a PET. There is a preliminary calculation for both PET production and HDPE. Traditional route, high emission, traditional route normally have higher emission, while lower energy use than PET. Methanol route, potentially net zero, but energy intensive. Direct CO2 route, high energy and water demand, but carbon negative is potential. Next. Now, we are talking about the cost in here. Despite offering a clear sustainability benefit, realities bite, as the use of CO2 in PET and HDPE productions faces multiple cost challenges. First is the CO2 captures. Of course, the purification, polymerization, infrastructure development, and integrated with renewable energy system. What I'm saying is this: the price of hydrogen is the key here. For instance, CO2 per ton of HDPE is approximately 3.2 tons. If the price of capture CO2 is 62, then the price of HDPE contribution from CO2 is only about $280 per ton. The current price of HDPE about $1,200. Now, it's so good. But then we forgot that the hydrogen requires about 0.4 tons per ton of HDPE. Now, if the green hydrogen price is about 360, then the amount of hydrogen for every tons of HDPE amounted to $1,500 per ton. That means the price of the HDPE total more than $1,500, way above the current fossil-based HDPE. We checked separate study, and they say that about 6,000. Ladies and gentlemen, despite these economic barriers, I believe that improvement in catalyst performance, economies of scale, supportive regulatory framework from the government should enhance the use of CO2-based polymers. That's my thinking. And growing interest in sustainability may trigger the carbon price. When you have the carbon price, that means the CO2 will be priced, and someone will pay that things, and we will have the stimulate in the demand in sectors. Moreover, we believe that in the future, technology will mature. Technology will mature, and it will create and strengthen the CO2 based PET, and could emerge as a commercial viable alternatives. Alternatives. For instance, if the price, if the polyethylene or HDPE from fossil fuel is, since they are emitting carbon and they are priced for carbon emission, then the price will be competitive for CO2-based PET and HDPE. Next. Now, we try to model, for instance, a integrated concept of green methanol supply chain for PET and HDPE in Banten and East Java clusters. So we try, we assume that and projected the use of the consumption of PET and HDPE in 2034. Let's say 30% of it will be from the CO2-based production. Yeah, we do this kind of modeling, and let's say 30% projected 2034 consumption. This is equivalent of 40,000 of HDPE and 300,000 of PET, and this requires 1.9 million tons of captured CO2 and 260,000 tons of green hydrogen annually. So, in terms of area, oh yeah, I forgot that. In terms of the area of the production, it could be in a Cilegon, yeah, or in East Java area. In East Java area, it is in a Python, for instance. That's why I apologize, we haven't considered the in a Tanjung Jati, because 2 million ton of CO2, it can easily be provided by the 200 megawatts, 2 by 200 megawatts of power plant, yeah, coal-fired power plant. If we get the 80 or 90% of captured efficiency, let's say 300 plants for each side. So total we need about 600 megawatt plants. So I guess the area in East Java, which is in the Python and in the Cilegon, will be a good candidate. Next. Here. Oh, yeah. Those are in the Banten clusters and the one in East Java clusters. So those area, and I forgot the one in the Tanjung Jati. The Banten clusters, there's a Suralaya coal-fired power plant complex. Hydrogen will be produced via water electrolysis, powered by solar, PV, yeah, geothermal, hydropower, and renewable electricity from, I assume, from the Java-Bali grid. Yeah. And East Java, Python coal-fired power plant with annual CO2 emission. Methanol production is proposed in Situbondo. Those are the imaginary virtual green methanol supply chain that we envision. Next, yeah. And the result is those are the integrated concept that green methanol. We are trying to write a report on that. There's a Banten clusters and East Java clusters. And those are the hydrogen source that we are envision. Methanol catalyst, methanol to aromat, yeah. We have the PET feedstock and HDPE in Gresik, ethylene, PET, and those are the supply chain that we are trying to encourage. Now, the key here is electricity procurement model. I believe power PPA with the IPP, either solar or hydro, wind or geothermal, would be a good idea. We propose a grid access via PLN power wheeling, which is challenging. Yeah, challenging. Model 2 is PLN green power using a green premium tariff, easier compliance, higher cost, but less pricing clarity. Yeah. Those are the things that we need to have. I mean, producing the PET and HDPE from CO2 requires hydrogen, which is from renewable energy. Or otherwise, we are not so that renewable. Yeah. Now, the strategic implication on national oil and petrochemical resilience. You see, assuming that a policy support the transition scenario in which 30% of Indonesia's projected 2034 consumption of PET and HDPE, that will substitute roughly about 512,000 tons of fossil-derived ethylene, yeah, and 700,000 tons of naphtha-based intermediates. Avoidance of 1.56 million tons of CO2, and of course, offering a strategic advantage for Indonesian energy security. Well, not much, but at least help. Help in the sense of 200,000 barrels per day will be significant, yeah, will be significant. Now are the conclusions. Technology-wise, CO2 capture is likely and it's feasible, and the technology is there. It's just that we need to reduce the cost. Methanol route is the options of the pathway that we choose. However, H2, which is the hydrogen, should come from renewable energy with mature technology of electrolysis and PEM. Yeah. Emission reductions, we believe that it's going to be significant, but the cost impact is the problem with the hydrogen. Yeah, the problem with the hydrogen. 2034 target with 30% demand, it requires about 1.9 or 2 million tons CO2 from coal-fired power plant. And the sites we propose in Banten and East Java, or in the Cilegon area. Strategic value, of course, it supports decarbonization. And when we talk to our stakeholders with the Chandra Asih and others, they believe this is a good idea. However, if it's successful, do not leave us. Do not leave us. Of course, it requires policy support, and it has a strategic advantage for Indonesian energy security. The key challenges is, again, higher production costs, which limit the large adoption. Economic viability depends on carbon pricing mechanism, subsidy for CO2 capture, yeah, green hydrogen as well, and of course let's not forget that technology advancement. Technology, if it's work well, we can significantly reduce that. The future outlook would be, well, PET production or HDPE production via CO2 will show strong sustainability potential. Thank you very much. And I will take the questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ari. Now let's open the floor for one question from the audience. Any questions or comments? Yes.
Yes. The gentlewoman in the back there, yeah.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Hida from Purnomo Yuskiantoro Center, PYC, Pak. So thank you for sharing your study regarding this. It is very amazing and valuable insight for us. My question is your study include the lab experiment that comparing the HDPE from the fossil fuel, like the properties from the HDPE fossil fuel and from the CO2 recycling, and is it provide the same properties or not? And the second question is there like right now any potential market for this product, Pak, or it is still in development? Thank you.
Much. To tell you the truth, the properties is supposed to be the same because the route is the same. For instance, methanol route, to produce PET, we use terephthalic acid and ethylene glycol. Yeah, so we are using the same technology in the end. So I guess there's no such issue in the properties of CO2 derived PET or CO2 derived HDPE, because the feedstock is the same. Feedstock is the same. Yeah. Secondly, the potential market. We analyze and we talk to the, as I said, we talk to the existing industries in the plastic industries, and they think that this is not a good enough. Yeah, this is not good enough. Provide the current situations. The current situation is that the price of HDPE about $1,500 per ton, while PET is about $1,200 per ton. So PET, there are two PETs. PET for the fresh coming from the fossil fuel or from the recycle. So the recycle is roughly about the same. Yeah. Sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's lower than the fossil one. Now the PET here, if it's a situation like this, it will control by the price of hydrogen. Now, provide the hydrogen price is absorbable, then we can compete. Yeah, then we can compete. So far, the potential market is not there because it has to compete with the current one, which is the fossil-based PET and HDPE. If those plastics is priced for CO2 emission, then it could be there is an opportunity. So I guess, again, without the government support, without enacting the carbon price, without the good regulatory measures, I don't think we'll be able to go forward. That's the key here. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Ari, for answering the question. If you have any further questions or comments for Dr. Ari, Dr. Usman, as well as any other previous speakers, you can reach out to them later. But first, one more round of applause for Dr. Ari.
Very much for having me.
So thank you to our morning speakers and to all participants for your participation so far. We will now begin our panel discussion featuring ASEAN members. Let me introduce our panel moderator and speakers. First, for our moderator today, Dr. Han Fu-min, Senior Economist at ERIA's Energy Unit. Dr. Han Fu-min, please come up to the stage. And then for our panelists, first, we have Ms. Shona Stephen-Lewis, Assistant Director, Net Zero Industries Division, Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water of Australia. Next, we have Mr. Fahru Rozi Firmansyah, Directorate General Oil and Gas of Indonesia. And then we have Mr. Hiroshi Hasegawa, Director, International Strategy Resources Office, Natural Resources and Fuel Department of METI, Japan. And then we have Mr. Suksakone Pilavan, Assistant Managing Director, Office of Electricité du Lao, Ministry of Industry and Commerce, Lao PDR. We would also like to welcome Mr. Zaharin Zulkifli, Energy Information and Research Unit, Strategic Planning and Communication Department, Energy Commission of Malaysia. Lastly, we have Ms. So Nyin, Oil and Gas Planning Department, Ministry of Energy of Myanmar, who will be joining us online. Dr. Fu-min, the floor is yours.
Hello, you hear me, right? Okay. Hope you enjoy your great lunch. I hope that after lunch we're going to enlighten you this important session. But let me start first to say that good afternoon, distinguished panelists on my left side, advisory group member of the Asia CCUS Network, and esteemed guests who participate for today's sessions. It is my great honor to welcome you all to today's sessions on policies, regulation, and financing for carbon management. This is a timely and important discussion issue. I kindly remind for the last time since our last forum, we have witnessed remarkable progress in CCUS policy and project development across Asia CCUS network countries. Particularly, Malaysia has enacted its CCUS Act, creating a one-stop service through MyCCUS. In Australia, Santos successfully began storage operation at the MEMR CCS facilities, now among the world's lowest cost CCS projects. Japan has legislated the CCUS Business Act and launched the Advanced CCS program, while Indonesia has issued new regulation for CCS in saline aquifers. Moving beyond petroleum line projects, other member states, including Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, and other ASEAN members, are developing roadmap and framework that highlight both opportunity and the remaining challenges for these developments. Yet, despite this momentum, challenges remain around the CCUS. These include the high cost of technologies, the need for liability management, financing gaps, and concern that CCUS would be mispursued as prolonged fossil fuel use. Overcoming this challenge requires collaborations, trust, and shared responsibility across government, industry, and academia. Working alone will be costly and ineffective, but working together can shape a resilient and sustainable pathway toward carbon neutrality. Let me introduce our distinguished panel, what I'm going to do. Since we have 6 distinguished panel today, I will introduce all our panel, and then we'll kindly invite each of the panelists to address around 10 minutes. First, I want to introduce Ms. Sona Stevens. So it's on the left side. She is the Assistant Director at the Net Zero Industry Division, Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Waters from Australia. She will share Australian policy and regulatory development, as well as lessons from flagship projects like MEMR and Gugong projects. And kindly, gentlemen, Mr. Farouk Rozi Firmaya, Directorate General of Oil and Gas from Indonesia, and he will provide insight into Indonesia's new CCUS regulation and how they are expected to stimulate new project pipeline. And the middle gentleman, Mr. Hiroshi Hasegawa, is the Director, International Strategy Resource Office from Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, METI, Japan. He will update us on Japan's CCUS Business Act, the long-term roadmap, and Japan's leadership role in technology and financing partnership. Mr. Suksakon Pilawan, the Assistant Managing Director over there, from Office of Electricity Doi Lao, from Ministry of Industry and Commerce, Lao PDR. He will outline Lao PDR roadmap and potential carbon management as part of net zero emission ambition. My long colleagues, Mr. Saharin Zulkifli, Energy Information and Research Unit from Energy Commission of Malaysia, a gentleman here, right on my left side. He will highlight Malaysia's recent CCUS acts and explain how MyCCUS will facilitate project implementation and cross-border opportunities. Last, I think we have Mr. Zhou Yin. I'm not sure if you are there. Hope you are there. They will participate online. He's from Oil and Gas Planning Department, Ministry of Energy, Myanmar. He will discuss Myanmar plan for utilizing depleted reservoir and saline aquifer for carbon storage and evolving policy landscape to support these ambitious. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you will enjoy interaction because this session is going to update us the most important development in terms of policy, regulation, and environment around uptaking the CCUS business into the next stage. Without further ado, I would like to invite our first speakers, Ms. Zona Steven. Zona Steven, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the organisers and supporters of this forum for inviting Australia to share an overview of policy and regulatory landscape in Australia for carbon management technologies, including CCS, CCU, and novel carbon dioxide removals. My name's Shona Stevens. I work for Australia's Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, where I'm an Assistant Director in the Carbon Management Technologies Policy section, where we provide policy oversight and deliver programs to progress carbon management technologies and help industries to decarbonise. Australia has set an ambitious course towards net zero emissions by 2050. Achieving that goal will require every tool at our disposal, including renewables, electrification, and also carbon management technologies. In Australia, when we use the term carbon management technologies, it's an umbrella term which includes abating emissions through CCS, using emissions through carbon recycling or CCU, and also removing emissions through carbon dioxide removal technologies. I'd like to first set the scene with Australia's broader climate policy landscape. Our climate policy centres on the 4 areas on the slide. At a strategic level, on the top 2 boxes, the government's legislated net zero target and the Future Made in Australia agenda continues to drive our climate change and energy policy. We remain committed to our legislated emissions reduction target of 43% by 2030 and net zero by 2050. And we also need to transform our industries. The safeguard mechanism is a key tool to ensure our industry reduces emissions, and I'll talk a bit more about that later on. At the international level, the Australian government has restated its commitment to hosting COP31 with the Pacific, updating our NDCs under the Paris Agreement for 2035 and releasing the net zero plans. In summary, our approach means that we have targets and mechanisms to incentivise industry and large emitters to decarbonise in support of our climate goals. In this context, carbon management technologies are part of a portfolio of solutions available to industry and others to meet their responsibilities for managing their emissions. The Australian government has adopted a core set of principles to underpin its approach to carbon management technologies in recognition that we need to develop novel solutions to permanently remove and store atmospheric emissions. And we have an opportunity through transboundary or cross-border CCS to help our trading partners to decarbonise. Carbon management technologies play a critical role alongside emissions reduction and nature-based removals. We give priority to technologies that support jobs in hard-to-abate industries and also technologies that offer new opportunities in regional areas. Having a range of carbon management tools is vital particularly for sectors like cement, fertilisers and steel that are energy intensive and difficult to decarbonise through electrification alone. Australia's geology offers many opportunities for both onshore and offshore CCS. We have 2 commercial scale projects. On the left, Chevron's Gorgon CCS project in Western Australia has been operational since 2019 and has stored more than 11 million tonnes of CO2, with the aim to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by more than 100 million tonnes over the life of the project. On the right, the Moomba CCS project began operating in late 2024 in South Australia. It has already safely stored 1 million tonnes of CO2. It has the capacity to store up to 1.7 million tonnes of CO2 per year, which would reduce emissions from on-site gas production by 70%. It's important to note that both of these projects are onshore and therefore regulated under state legislation. We also have 2 R&D facilities and 17 offshore permits. Moving to our regulatory landscape, there are 3 main Commonwealth or federal acts for CCS projects, particularly for offshore projects. Under current regulatory arrangements, proponents planning to dispose of CO2 in Australia by offshore CCS require approvals under these 3 acts. The first is the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Act, which provides the regulatory framework for the exploration, injection and storage of CO2. It does this through a storage titles regime. Next, we have the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, which provides a way for Australia to protect and manage important plants, animals, habitats and places. And this legislation applies to both offshore and onshore CCS projects. We also have the Environment Protection Sea Dumping Act, which implements our obligations under the London Protocol. It regulates the loading and dumping of waste at sea, including CO2 for offshore sequestration, and it also regulates transboundary CCS. So once a project is approved and begins operating, this is the domestic legislation in place to measure and incentivise emissions captured from these projects. The National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme captures emissions and energy consumption and production data reported by a range of industrial processes across the economy. It's designed to meet our international reporting obligations, inform domestic policy development, and avoid duplication by streamlining reporting nationally. The methods for emissions reporting reflect IPCC inventory guidelines. So we don't yet have a method for novel carbon dioxide removal. This will be updated as the IPCC develops methods for reporting in inventories. The one in the middle, the safeguard mechanism, is a mandatory scheme that applies to large industrial facilities, emitting more than 100,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent per year. This includes emissions from the mining, oil and gas production, manufacturing, transport and waste sectors. It sets legislated limits, known as baselines, on the net emissions of covered facilities, and these baselines decline each year on a trajectory consistent with achieving Australia's net zero target. The safeguard mechanism is technology neutral. Facilities have flexibility in choosing how they meet their baselines. They could implement technology to reduce their emissions. However, if their emissions are higher than their baselines, they can purchase and surrender domestic credits. If their emissions are lower than their baseline, they can generate domestic credits. So the safeguard mechanism provides a strong incentive for facilities to reduce their emissions through deploying technology such as CCS, to minimise their excess emissions and the ongoing cost of buying carbon credits each year. The last one here, the Australian Carbon Credit Unit Scheme, is a voluntary scheme that provides financial incentive for climate action. Credits are issued for every tonne of carbon abated under approved methods. The main ACCU buyers are Australian businesses with compliance under the safeguard mechanism, and also other buyers that may purchase these credits for voluntary offsetting purposes. These credits are generated by projects registered with the Clean Energy Regulator that follow an approved method, are new, go beyond business as usual, are not required by law, and haven't received any financial support from the government. So far, more than 2,000 projects have been registered and over 150 million credits have been issued to date. Most of these have been issued under vegetation, waste and savanna burning methods. So while Australia does have a strong focus on effective regulation to enable carbon management projects, we also continue to support research and development. Last year, the Australian government awarded $65 million in grants to 7 projects under the Carbon Capture Technologies program. The grants were awarded to companies using emerging technologies such as direct air capture and projects capturing CO2 to make building products. We're also working with our national science agencies on our first national carbon dioxide removal roadmap and a CO2 storage atlas. The CDR roadmap will be released later this year and will identify the most promising removals such as DAX, mineral carbonation, enhanced rock weathering, marine CDR. It will identify the most promising of these technologies for Australia and focus on approaches that offer scalable, durable and economically viable CO2 storage. I'll leave it there for now and happy to answer any questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sona. I think we will come back after we run the whole presentation. And please feel free to note down so that I think Australia have very much advancing on this and including carbon credit out of this. So I think prepare the question later on. The next, may I invite Faru Rosie, the floor is yours. Please, you can address from here or over there, up to you. Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, thank you. Sorry, I didn't prepare any presentation material, so I will sit in here. Okay. So once again, my name is Rosie. I'm oil and gas inspector in DG Oil and Gas. In here also we have initiator of CCS and CCUS Indonesia. We have Pak Sule from ITB, Pak Sidemen, formerly my supervisor in DG Oil and Gas, and also Pak Usman Pasare, formerly in Migas and under MEMR. So today I will explain more because actually yesterday my Director General and my colleague from Upstream Directorate already explained about the current progress CCS CCUS in Indonesia, and I just want to add in a little bit detail about this. So in Indonesia, in terms of regulation, we already have 3 main regulations that's specific for CCS, CCUS. The first one is Ministerial Regulation number 2, 2023, to enable CCS and CCUS in upstream oil and gas. And then with the potential of CO2 storage in Indonesia based on our study in 2023, and I think it is also mentioned by Pak Usman Pasare from the previous session, we have big enough storage So last year we established a presidential regulation with a broader scope of business model for CCS and CCUS, not only for upstream, and then also standalone business as storage services. And then to implement this president's regulation, last year also we established ministerial regulation number 16, 2024 to implement CCS, CCUS as standalone business under storage license area. And this year for permitting processes, the government of Indonesia established government regulation number 28, 2025. So it is related to the standard classification for permitting, or KBLI. And currently we are on ongoing process for integration in the OSS system, oil single submission system. And we also drafting ministerial regulation as the deliverable of this government regulation. And under the ministerial regulation number 16, we are currently also preparing a ministerial decree for work planning, and then also for safety and engineering aspect, technical aspect. So we hope this year we could establish 2 more regulation and 1 regulation related to the permitting process. So about the project, as mentioned yesterday by our Director General, we have around 19 projects, study and preparation, and actually based on our current regulation, the key milestone is when this study could obtain the license. So basically, if it is still under study, it could not be part of the project under our regulation. And we also, based on President's regulation, we open the CO2 cross-border to accept to import CO2 from any other countries, and not only domestic, but also from international. And under our discussion right now, we have still several challenges, actually, especially for the detail of the import process, the cross-border process in the technical operation. And then the second one is related to the carbon accounting, how to report, which country that will report to the NFCC, and which part that should be reported by Indonesia. That's part of our discussion in the G2G bilateral coordination between the emitting country and Indonesia. And also, we are involved in several capacity building, because capacity building is very important. We don't have any commercial project right now, on-stream project. We don't have any on-stream project. So for us, not only for the government, but also from the private sector also, capacity building is very important. And we were involved several capacity building program from Japan, and then from Australia, and I think about 2 years ago, from ERIA also. And what I want to say is, yesterday we discussed about the cross-border mostly, and collaboration is one of the most important part in this in preparing the cross-border between Indonesia and emitting country, and I think not only bilateral, we should also prepare like a system in the region between the storage countries and emitting countries, especially for me in the Director of Engineering Environment, related to the carbon accounting. So we need to have same perception, as mentioned, about the reporting, about the accounting, about the liability, about the compensation, what kind of compensation that we accept for both countries when the leakage occur in the capture countries or the storage countries, and also during the transportation process. In terms of commitment, I think unfortunately in Indonesia, CCS is not part of the NDC until now. And we discussed about this with our Ministry of Environment, but the main issue is we need proven technology that I mentioned. We don't have any on-stream project right now, so we need to prove this technology in Indonesia so we can make further decision in terms of commitment and roadmap for CCS, CCUS development in Indonesia. And we also encourage our partner in Ministry of Industries to encourage their sector, especially that hard to abate industries, to promote this technology. And I heard that currently they are preparing a roadmap for decarbonization in 9 subsector in industry. I hope CCS, CCUS could also promote it in this roadmap. And yeah, I think that's all for now for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Faru. I think you enlighten us many development of the CCS regulation and development in Indonesia. I think the recent report of ERIA and together with Global CCS Institute highlight that Indonesia have huge potential for regional storage. I think the region counting on Indonesia particularly. So how fast we can move in terms of carbon transboundary projects and transport. I think that's quite important. So I think there are many stakeholders here. Please keep in mind what question that you're going to ask Faru. Okay, he's a quite important person here. So to move next, may I invite Director Hiroshi Hasegawa for telling us the update of Japan situation. The floor is yours, sir.
Okay. So thank you for attending this session. You must be a little bit sleepy. But I will share the update about the CCS policy. And yes, this is very worthy slide, but you can download and read it later. You can take away. And yes, it is very important for us to explain why we are focusing on the CCS. And we committed 2050 carbon neutral in 2020. And at the time, I was also in the energy agency and dealing with whole decarbonization strategy at the time. And in our energy mix, diversification is important, but still we really depending on the fossil fuel. And we consider even after 2050, we would use several fossil fuels, including oil and natural gas. And in order to cancel out, we definitely do the CCS. So here, like a red point, and we have to cancel out. Here, mentioning DAX, but not only DAX, but anyway, CCS. So in order to picture the 2050 figure, then we have to include CCS, definitely. And our target is like 0.1 to 0.2 gigaton as of 2050 per annual. So it's so huge. And now we are trying to start the domestic project. But as you might know, we might not have enough storage around us. So we definitely try to pursue the international project also. And as you can see, we would like to launch the first project early in 2030s, which is around like 5 years or something. So now we are a good time to make the project more concrete. And this is an expert from our national policy plan, the strategic energy plan. So you can read it. But anyway, we are deferring to the CCUS as an important part of the national energy policy. And this is also about the advanced CCS program. And yes, this is a kind of the feasibility study program funded by 100% by the METI. And as I mentioned several times, that we have 9 projects, and 4 of 9 out of 9 is international project, and 3 are aiming to Malaysia, and the other one mentioning the Oceania, definitely including the Indonesia, Australia, and other places. So we definitely consider Indonesia is also the very important partner. And yes, in order to export the CO2, liquefied CO2 export, we consider that we have to ratify the London Protocol, and at the same time of establishing our CCS Business Act 2024, May 24th, we ratified, and now we are implementing the protocol. And at the same time, we established the CCS Business Act, which enables the government to be the one window of the communication for the relating local community or the other ministries, those kind of things, and so that the business player can establish or launch the CCS business. And under this act, we will designate a specific zone one by one, and by doing that, that will help the business player to communicate the local players, like a local government or the fisherman or some other industries. And the first one is Tomakomai, Hokkaido. We have long history about the feasibility study, and now they are aiming to do the more commercial and real project. So this is a picture about our incentive programs for the CCS project. And the basic idea is basically the CFD, contract for difference. So the strike price, the carbon tax, carbon price, and reference prices. And sorry, the other way around, sorry. But yes, anyway, we'll support the cost difference, the real cost and carbon tax. And this is for the pipeline project, which is domestic project. And in terms of the transboundary CCS, cross-border CCS, we have to consider the other incentive mechanism. And now we are kicking off the expert meeting. And as you might know, the domestic project is more CapEx intensive versus the international CCS is more OpEx intensive. So that's why we have to consider the other way also. And yes, this is a CCS business support scheme, and you can read it later. And we're also doing the kind of the support and the R&D project for the transportation. Because we are surrounded by the sea, and even for the domestic project, we will use the ship. And international project, yes, we definitely need the ship. So that's why we are doing the kind of the feasibility study for the liquefied CO2 shipping. And yes, this is a conceptual picture for the cost reduction efforts, and transportation part would be one of the important parts for the cost reduction. If you can do some kind of the cost commonizing or the cost sharing among the project. And yes, this is the CCU side that we are also pushing the carbon recycle project, not only CC storage or sequestration, but also using the CO2 as a source of the, for example, cement or chemicals or the kind of which something which generates the value. And yes, in our perspective, the CO2 itself is a kind of the problem. So yes, we try to utilize it. So as long as we can utilize, that should be better. And this is kind of the advertisement, but we'll have another international meeting on October 10th, Carbon Recycling Conference, 7th International Carbon Recycle Conference. So if you are interested in, please come. But it's not in Jakarta, it's in Osaka, Kansai. So this is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director Hasegawa-san, to update us about more development of Japan CCS project policy and support. I think particularly on these carbon pricing, what is the signal that could support this important CCUS? I think we'll come back to you, Director, after. So next, may I invite Director Suksakon Pilawan. Director, the floor is yours, please.
Wow.
So, first of all, thank you so much, ERIA. Thank you, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Thank you, METI. Thank you, Indonesia Center for CCUS Excellence. And thank you a lot of people for inviting me to the panel and allow my countries where I have to be honest with you, we are not very clear what we should be heading about CCUS, which my presentation going to really tell you why we are still learning about CCUS. The picture that I show you is we used to have the first power plants that was run by diesel generator. That's our first power plant in the country, and then with the help of the government of Japan and Japanese people, we have our first hydropower plants, and it's still operating today. And it's 50 years old hydropower plants, but that hydropower plant, but that diesel generator power plant was demolished already. We now rely more on renewable energy power plants, where 95% of our electricity come from our renewable energy sources. So it was very difficult for me, since I was thinking a lot when I observed the discussion yesterday, what really I have to allow my country have to present in terms of CCUS, and the topic of my panel discussion was quite a challenge, when it comes to policy, regulation, and financing for carbon management, where Laos PDR is still one of the least developed countries in the world, and we are landlocked. We have 7.3 million people, and our knowledge and our expertise for CCUS, I would say, is even limited or even zero to really do it ourselves. Next slide, please. So the challenge for CCUS in Laos, of course, we have to understand the risk. We have to understand the challenge before we. Sorry, Dr. Fumin. We don't have the roadmap yet, but we're on the way. observing, learning from our neighboring ASEANs and Japan, Australia, and the Asia Pacific to really what roadmap we should that really fits not our purpose, but of course our purpose. So limited industrial base, that the first challenge that the law of ERIA is doing with this limited industrial base means that maybe we have to rely on importation of everything, every component to make a CCUS or whatever, a pilot or even storage or utilization of the carbon. So all of these equipments and material will be imported. And of course, when it comes to limited industrial base, means no one will willing to build a CCUS project or a station or investment. Then inadequate carbon infrastructure. No infrastructure has been built. When I come to learn from this panel, from this forum, it needs a lot of infrastructure. And we are a landlocked country, so it's not attracting company at all. Landlocked. You have to go through Vietnam in order to enter Laos, or you have to go through Thailand or China or Cambodia to enter into Laos. So the transportation is a challenge. So infrastructure is very challenging. Low technical expertise, like I said, because why we're turning ourselves to CCUS, I believe what I learned is that CCUS is the fastest way to really help the world or this region to absorb or reduce the amount of carbons in the atmosphere. And so no technical expertise at all. But even though we have, in order to build a project ourselves, we still need foreign expertise to help us. Number 4 may not be really relevant, but I will go to number 5, unclear regulatory framework. Again, no specific regulations established by the Lao government for CCUS yet, but it's some part of our regulation. The CCUS work is put somewhere in other regulations. We may also face the risk of public opposition. The least developed country, the investment cost is already high. To build a factory, the energy cost is already high. We import fuel and many things. So the cost to invest in Laos to build a factory in Laos is already high. If we impose CCUS regulation and ask the consumers to pay more in order to help these businesses, I think the cost of living for Lao people or the investment cost for the investor will be very high. So that's maybe we're going to be faced. And then funding competition, very limited. Geopolitical risk, maybe some people say we're close to... Our region is not, especially the location of Laos, is very risky for geopolitical competition amongst the superpower. So for people to invest in Laos, they will think about very much about this risk. Next slide, please. With the risk, we still face another challenge of policy gaps. No CCUS roadmap, like I said, on the way of making it. And then coordination is not so good so far. Currently, we have 2 ministries that are taking care of that's maybe have the responsibility to do the CCUS. One is my ministry, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, and the other is the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment. So it's not clear yet how we're going to work with each other to prosperous the CCUS. Limited engagement, public engagement, I have to face that. Our public don't really have full knowledge of the importance of CCUS yet. Financial barrier, of course, least developed country with very limited investment, so financial barriers. Lack of technical standards, we don't establish our technical standard for use CCUS yet. Need for capacity building. So Laos will keep, participating in many platforms, especially the platform in the Asia Pacific, where we believe that we can make the connection and then grow the CCUS together. Next slide, please. So with the challenges and the policy gaps, this should be the thing that our roadmap should focus on. The first one is develop the national strategy for CCUS specifically, not the general one. Second, establish our CCUS legal framework. Number 3 is create financial incentives. Yes, of course. CCUS also needs, from many panel discussion, I could imagine that to make a CCUS project, it needs support from the government. But the challenge will be on the Lao government side, since the government itself don't earn that much money already, but how we're going to really put our incentive for any CCUS project in our country. And then our regional partnership, we have to really make our roadmap to work with the region. Number 5, invest in capacity building and how much we can do it, but I believe we can rely on the partner that we have now, especially with ERIA and Asia CCUS Network. Promote public awareness that we have to make our public understand the importance of CCUS in helping Laos achieve its carbon neutral status. Laos is carbon neutral now, but how can we sustain the economy at the same time maintain our carbon neutral status by the year 2050. That's the government roadmap. Not roadmap, goal, long-term goal. Next slide, please. Am I over 10 minutes already? No. So we will also with our roadmap and policy framework, we have to also think about the first one, the CCUS policy or legal framework has to bear in mind that we are still developing economy. So we have to address the Lao growing energy demand, where, energy demand for Lao is increasing every year. So when we do CCUS, we have to think about, whether CCUS gonna put some burden to the economic growth or not. We have to make sure that our CCUS will go along with the economic growth. That since we are the least developed country, right? We cannot just be happy with CCUS and then we still keep being the least developed country. And then our roadmap has to consider about cutting industrial emissions. Yeah, when we attract industry, we have to ensure that our industry will have the emission cut to maintain our carbon neutral status. Support our Paris Agreement goals. And number 4, equip policymakers. That's very important. We have to raise awareness and give knowledge to the information to the policymakers. Define strategic objectives of our CCUS, what we will achieve from our CCUS policy framework or roadmap. Next slide, please. In order to do that, the first thing is we have to engage actively in ASEAN CCUS Forum, Asia Pacific CCUS Forum, and pursue climate finance from multilateral sources. Partner with regional research. This is very important since we lack the expertise. Align our CCUS policy with ASEAN Energy Framework, of course, and then utilize international public-private partnership. Yeah, the Lao government cannot do it alone. Even the Lao investor cannot do it alone. We have to do it with international models. Next, please. So this is so far what we have for our CCUS, but it's the policy framework that we have. First one is the environmental protection law. And the law that for example, Chapter 3 of this law mentioned we will introduce provision for greenhouse gases management, including carbon dioxide emission and storage. So our law is aware that the storage is important for reducing emission. And then the law also encourages adoption of carbon capture and storage technology in industry and energy sectors. So our law will ask industry, maybe I make it too colorful, maybe, sorry. It may hurt some people's eyes. I thought it will get your attention, and then, when it's very colorful, it can keep you awake. Establish legal basis for public-private partnership. That's very important. We have to make our legal framework, facilitate the public-private in, achieving our CCUS objectives. Next slide, please. The next policy framework that we have is very, very strong message and very long-term that is the National Green Growth Strategy up to year 2030. This policy will lay the foundation for the regulatory framework to promote clean technology, including that time's up. Is it? Maybe I hope that you will have time to look at my slides, and since time is up, I should respect the panel. And thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Director Sosukon. I think very comprehensive presentation. We will, I think, deep dive further, and this slide very rich. And in fact, I think we have to work closely with Laos to ensure that the CCS will benefit Laos economy by going along with hydrogen, green hydrogen, and other important green projects. Because I think Laos is quite important. Those you have coal power plant in Hong Sa, but together with your green hydrogen, I think it will be the perfect match. We will talk further. Allow me to go to Director Saharin. Director Saharin, the floor is yours, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Sorry, I don't have any slides. Dr. Vomin, moderator, my fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to express my appreciation to the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia area, the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, METI Japan, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources Indonesia, SKK Migas, and the Indonesia Center of Excellence for CCS and CCUS for organizing this very important forum. Under this session, I will briefly update the progress of the CCUS policy, regulation and financing for carbon management for the case of Malaysia. So I believe that yesterday we have a very fruitful discussion, including my colleague from Petronas. She already mentioned a lot of updates, including the technical aspect, the challenges, and including the shipping for CCUS in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, the full release of our National Energy Transition Roadmap, or we call it NETR, was launched back in 2023 in August. The NETR is a Malaysia's strategic framework to shift its energy systems from a fossil fuel-centered model towards high-value green economy, aligning with its net zero goals and sustainability commitments. It serves as a comprehensive blueprint that guides transformation across the energy, industrial, transportation, and also the residential sectors. CCUS is a core pillar in NETR, alongside with energy efficiency, EE, renewable energy, RE, hydrogen, bioenergy, and also green mobility. Collectively, these 6 levels aim to guide Malaysia energy sector transformation by 2050. So the roadmap emphasized a cluster-based CCUS model, enabling multiple emitters within a region to share infrastructure such as CO2 pipelines and storage facilities, as well as promoting cost efficiency and synergies. So according to NETR, Malaysia aims to develop 3 CCUS hubs by 2030, 2 in Peninsular Malaysia and 1 in Sarawak, with a combined CO2 storage capacity of up to 15 million tons per annum MTPA. And then by 2050, the number of CCUS hubs is expected to expand to 6 hubs, increasing total storage capacity to 40 until 80 MTPA. Ladies and gentlemen, in March 2025, the Carbon Capture, Utilization and Storage CCUS Bill 2035 was introduced in Parliament, aiming to regulate carbon management by establishing the Malaysian CCUS Agency. It mandates facility registration, licensing for onshore and offshore, ensure safety protocols, and propose a carbon transportation and import licensing system, plus funding mechanism like an injection levy and post-closure monitoring fund. Violation may lead to penalty up to 2 million ringgit Malaysia and 5 years imprisonment. So the new Malaysian CCUS agency fulfills several critical functions. Number 1, under the licensing and regulations, it serves as the central authority responsible for issuing assessment permits and storage licenses, overseeing compliance as well as minimizing the bureaucracy. Under the technical oversight, the Act allows the appointment of the competent technical entity to advise the new agency on the technical and operational components of CCUS projects by ensuring rigorous evaluation across the value chain. So under the governance and policy integration, the new agency will operate under the Ministry of Economy, CCUS Coordination Unit within the Environmental and Natural Resources Division. It collaborates within the federal and also state agencies, civil society, academia, industry, and the public in a whole nation approach. Under the regulatory support and incentive design, this new agency would assist in developing policies, amending laws, for example, around land use and offshore zones, and framing fiscal incentives such as public fund, tax credits, carbon pricing instrument, as well as the contract for difference. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia is now preparing our own CCUS roadmap, led by the Ministry of Economy through the Environmental and Natural Resources Division as the Secretariat. However, the name of the roadmap yet to be finalized, still in the draft version. So under this proposed roadmap, they already identify 3 key indicators. The first one, 3 to 6 CCUS hubs with a total storage capacity to 40 to 80 MTPA by 2050. Number 2, the cumulative gross value added of 200 to 250 billion US dollars with 150 and 250K direct and indirect jobs at the peak operation by 2050, as well as the 160 to 170 billion ringgit Malaysia investment by 2050. As I mentioned earlier, the roadmap is still in draft. However, they already identified a few or several strategic thrusts that can cover a few or several enablers. So these strategic thrusts will cover, number 1, the development of CCUS hub through cluster-based approach. Number 2, offering CCUS as a solution for regional decarbonization. And then number 3, catalyze proprietary carbon capture, utilization, and storage technology for adoption, for industry adoption. In the roadmap also identify a few enablers. So these enablers include the policy, regulation and governance, financing and incentive, human capital, as well as the communication, education, and public awareness. Ladies and gentlemen, CCUS is crucial for reducing greenhouse gas emissions in hard-to-abate sectors such as petrochemical and cement. Implementing CCUS opens up new avenues for economic growth, including carbon credit generation, low-carbon hydrogen production, and the development of CO2-based products like methanol and urea. With countries like Japan, South Korea, and the European Union implementing carbon pricing mechanism and carbon border adjustment mechanism (CBAM), Malaysia must align with these global standards to avoid losing trading opportunities. Some key takeaways and next steps for Malaysia. As for CCUS position as a key enablers of Malaysia's low-carbon economy, it requires strong governance, financing, as well as industrial adoption. As we discussed yesterday about the cross-border CO2 storage, under this segment, we need to have a concrete agreement in order to have a regional cooperation in this segment. Other than that, the talent development as well as the R&D support are crucial to scale up the project under CCUS. As I mentioned earlier about the CCUS Act, we need to finalize subsidiary regulations. As you will know that this regulation will help to implement the CCUS project as well as the guidelines. Other than that, the operational pilot hubs and industrial parks will help us to learn more on how to implement the CCS project. As been mentioned and discussed yesterday, the implementation of carbon accounting, MEMR standards is very important, as well as to strengthen our bilateral cooperation. It's been addressing a few times yesterday about collaboration, cooperation. So in case of Malaysia, we have existing bilateral cooperation with Singapore, Japan, and South Korea. So we hope to have a strengthen this bilateral cooperation with these economies. And then my last point on engaging the industry as well as the stakeholders for adoption of this technology to make sure that we can create the investment opportunities. Before I end my session, I will encourage all of you to go to our dedicated portal. So now, under the initiative of the Ministry of Economy, we have a dedicated portal of CCUS in Malaysia. So we call it My CCUS. You can Google it, My CCUS Malaysia, and then you can see a lot of information about CCUS in Malaysia. So I believe this initiative is very important to create the awareness and knowledge among the Malaysian and also the public about the CCUS beneficial and everything. So that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director Sarin, to enlighten us very in-depth context of Malaysian CCUS development. And more importantly, it seems Malaysia quite ready to some extent in terms of regulation institution and also the carbon markets. Possibly that this will be important because the government provides carbon tax credits, and I think the next stage it will be to channel those credits in the market. This is the more important. So I think we will learn from each other among ASEAN as well as from the more developed countries like Japan and Australia. Thank you so much, Director Sarin. We have our distinguished speaker going to speak online, by the way, Ms. Sojan. Ms. Sojan, sorry that, are you there? Can you let us know if she's there? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I was notified that your camera not working, so we are pleased to have you, those online, but we want to hear the more important development from Myanmar. The floor is yours, please. Please go ahead. Yes.
Good afternoon to you all. And I mean, I am going to the some of the workshops. So, the decarbonization process is very essential for our country. For industry and transportation sector, very increase, and we have need to the technology and also financing also. Yeah. Yes. This morning, from this forum, I learned about the Indonesia projects and the other countries. Sharing is very useful and it's very important for this project. Technology for the CCUS is important, and so we are very initial stage for the knowledge and the technology also in the CCUS and CCUS. Yes, and we have a plan to construct the industry like as the refineries and the fertilizer plant. We need a plan, and we are considered to do decarbonization process and recycling, and for the plan. And the another ways is our forestry development, and there's the carbon trading is for the neighboring country. It's a little bit so. Thailand and the other countries, and the Japan is very famous for the CCUS technology, and so we are very initial stage. So we learned about the CCS technology and from the other countries, and we have so many blocks and onshore and offshore blocks, and it's recovery is need to the recovery plan, so is potential for the CCUS. So I would like to talk to you is the pilot project. Pilot projects is need to have, and planning is very important for the CCUS project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Ms. Soyan. I think we really appreciate your insight. We will come back to you and during the plenary question and answers. So I think we still have around 15 minutes left for this session. I give a priority to the audience, because if you have a question, please, I hope someone will facilitate. Please raise your hand, and I tell your name quickly and where you're coming from, and straight to the question.
Thank you. My name is Indra. I'm from SKK Migas. I have a question for Ms. Shona Stephens from Australia. You said in slide number 5 that regulation of CCS activities onshore and within state waters generally falls under state legislation. Now, do you see any potential inconsistent application between the state legislations maybe in South Australia different from Victoria or etc. That's the first question. And the second question, do you get my question, Ms. Shona? Okay. A second question, in the same slide, you also mentioned about Environment Protection Act 1981. It's a sea dumping act. It's stipulated like 4 decades ago. It's more than 40 years, the act. Now, do you see any lawmaking in the progress related, or maybe the change of the policy or regulations related to the current situation, especially about the transboundary movement of CO2 for offshore CCS in Australia? Because Indonesia is one of the main agendas, to seek international collaboration, especially on transboundary CO2 movement. I would like to learn from Australian experience about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. The first part about onshore projects being regulated by the state or territory governments. So in Australia at the moment, not all states and territories have legislation. So it is a state-by-state basis. Some have none, no CCS legislation so far. Others are developing it, and others are more advanced, like Western Australia and South Australia, where we have Gorgon and MEMR projects. That's a matter for the state and territory governments to regulate those projects and to create their own legislation. So the federal government can't really comment on what they should be doing. But we do encourage consistency because that's definitely much easier for project proponents that might want to work in different states. So we do promote consistency. And all of the states and territories and the federal government, we also go through periods of reviews. So at the moment with the federal government, with our offshore legislation, particularly the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Act, we've got a 3-year review happening at the moment, just to because, as you said, some of this legislation is getting a little bit old. So we do reviews to make sure it's still fit for purpose, to see if we need to make amendments. And of course, some of this legislation was enacted before we had any projects operating. So perhaps we thought it was going to work, but now in practice, we've realised that a few things need to change and get amended. So we're going through the review process for that one, and that may lead to some amendments. Does that answer your question? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think who know about Australia, I think they have very independent from state to state, territory to territory. So I think that's quite important, your question and your clarification. Any other question, please? Okay, please, Pak Gusti.
Good afternoon. My question, my name is Agusti Sidaman from ASEAN. So my question will go to Ms. Shona Stephen and to Mr. Saharin. So to Ms. Shona Stephen, Momba CCS project is reported to have the lowest cost of storage recently. It was reported around $24 per ton of CO2. Santos could achieve this cost. What is the rule, government policy to allow company to maybe achieve this cost? That's my question. To the Saharin San, I will in Malaysia, beside the CCS development, I think the country also make advanced development in the carbon capture utilization. I recorded that the Petronas and Lansatek maybe already operated operating the pilot project on transformation from CO2 to acetic acid. Could you maybe brief us all this the progress? Thank you.
Maybe Pak Sarin want to take up first because Sauna just respond and you will take the last.
Hello. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Sudirman, for your question. I think regarding this pilot project, I need to check with Petronas about this status of the project because this pilot project is closely monitored within the stakeholders and yet to announce to the public. So since you are aware that this pilot project is still ongoing, so it will not yet been announced to the public. So I need to check with Petronas first on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gusti, for your question. I don't really know the answer to, is it the storage cost was your question and how it's so low? We're not involved in the technical aspects, but I could put you in touch with the project operators. I know that they are injecting into depleted gas reservoirs, so I'm not sure if that helped keep storage costs low. But in terms of they aren't getting any extra support from the federal government. They did get some support many years ago, but at the moment no government support. But I can follow up with that question or put you in touch with the operators.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think we left only around 8 minutes. So I give a chance for our distinguished panelists. I think for my question as a moderator, I think I want to know particularly about the stake, the important stakeholder in each of the country context, because I think the acceptance of the CCUS is important. We want to know what will be the environment, the uptaking of the stakeholder into the process of CCUS, because finally I think they're the one who really bear the cost. And if they are supporting, I think this will accelerate our deployment. Finally, I think the cost sharing will be important. It should not be always the government subsidy because it cannot run so long. I think early on the government can be in early support. I think particularly for upfront costs and for carbon credit and others. But I think for the long run, depend on each government and stakeholder that work together, how stakeholder buy in the process. So I think I would like to start with maybe, if I don't mind, Saharin, can we run from your side down to me? And then the last one will be Ms. Sojan, will be online. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Permin, on your question. For Malaysia context, as you know that we already have the CCUS Bill 2025. Other than that act or bill, we also in the pipeline developing our Climate Change Act. So soon it will be tabled to the Parliament by end of this year. So in the case of Malaysia, we want to create an environment that readily to be implemented. So in order to do that, the government or the country need to prepare the facilities, the mandates, the framework. So that's what we did for Malaysia case. Other than these two act or bill, we also now developing policies to support this act. For example, we have the natural gas roadmap. So that will look into the blue hydrogen, because CCUS also will play a big role in that policy for natural gas, because we have a lot of gas in Malaysia. Other than that, we also have the carbon market policy. to support the carbon tax, all the incentive and so on. So when the act been enforced, the policy of the carbon market will go to support this act. So under this environment, I'm sure that CCUS will easy to take up by the private sector, because now the government role is to prepare the framework, the regulation, the act, the guidelines, then the private can take on board on these projects. Thank you very much.
Director Susa.
For the Lao PDR, the stakeholders, again, like informed earlier in my presentation, on the one hand, we want to attract investment, right? And when Laos has to attract investment, the government already give incentives to them, especially the Lao government. Lao PDR has this investment promotion law where the investment promotion law try to save costs to the investor, because we need this investment in order to create jobs or the other revenues to the Lao government. And CCUS mechanism is not applied yet, but the Lao is on the way to the Lao government. At the Lao government level, the Lao government will adopt a legislation that will require the future investment. If they're going to emit greenhouse gases, they will have to have CCUS in place. But in line with that, let's see, the investment promotion law will really, if it's going to incur extra costs, then I guess the Lao government will focus on the investment promotion law more than the legislation. But is that if the CCUS technology is going to, that doesn't impact the profit that much or to that investment, so that kind of industry or factory has to adopt the CCUS.
Director Hasekawa.
Thank you very much for the question. And not only CCS, but also all energy projects is very important to proceed and to have a good communication with stakeholders. And in case of CCS, we have been done the experiment feasibility project in Tomakomai, Hokkaido. And in addition to that, recently we have 9 projects, as I explained. And recently we have a kind of, midterm report for each project. And each project try to explain as much as possible to the local people. And we have considered several aspects. One is a local industry, which could be getting the benefit from the CCS-related industry, and how long will it be, or how much they can get, what is coming. And the other side is more local, usual people, which is a little bit far from the industry itself. And for them, they are skeptical about what's happening, what this facility is about. And they could have been concerned about would it be okay in terms of the earthquake, because Japan is an earthquake country. And for that, well, we are sharing the academic research, like it's not totally not related to the earthquake activities, and this is how we are injecting CO2 in the underground. And also the government, we are sharing as much easy as possible the explanation about the energy project, because in many cases, energy project is so technical and so difficult. So for the normal people, they are stopping to thinking about. So this is very difficult portion. So that's why we are trying to communicate via the issue as well as the media, so that we can share the understanding about that. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director, for the insight from Japan about that. And next, Director Farouk, please.
I'm not the director, so please. Okay, so for Indonesia, currently, oil and gas is one of the main objective to be increased in terms of production. So in the future, I think CCS CCUS will be more and more important to tackle the potential emission from the fossil fuel utilization. And about the subsidies, I think for Indonesia will be difficult for us to give some subsidies in terms of CCS and CCUS development, but that's one of the reasons. That's why we open the cross-border, because with the cross-border we have potential storage fee, and then it will be the enabler to for the investment of CCUS facility. So then in the future, we hope that when the CCS facilities is already exist, and then the domestic could also utilize these facilities to store their CO2 in Indonesia in the domestic. And then the second one is related to the I think right now we are currently revising our presidential regulation number 98 related to the carbon economic value or carbon pricing. And we from the MEMR also propose that from the oil and gas subsector could also include it in this presidential regulation. So in the future, we hope that not only power sector but also from energy sector we could use from the oil and gas and any kind of technology to reduce the emission, including CCS and CCUS. And then from the Financial Services Authority in Indonesia, OJK, they are currently formulating the green taxonomy. Last 2 years, I think, they established green taxonomy for energy sector, and then this year they are preparing for the industrial sector. So we hope in the future we have more potential green funding based on this taxonomy. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bas, for enlightening us about Malaysian development or Indonesian context. I think now Director Sona.
Thank you. So in Australia, even though we do have a couple of commercial projects, the public perception of CCS is still often shaped by high-profile challenges and some misconceptions. So you might have heard last year Glencore's CTS co-project in the state of Queensland, so onshore, state legislation. There was some misconceptions or perceptions around water contamination, which turned into a lot of public concern, and the Queensland government ended up amending the legislation and banning CCS in the Great Artesian Basin. So that's an example of public perception and what can happen, even though we might be confident around the technology. It really is how the community perceives what's going on around them. So last year, the Australian government commissioned an independent review looking at how we could improve our community engagement, and it found that industry does have a role in promoting the benefits of these projects. So in terms of economic benefit, jobs creation, infrastructure improvement, those kind of benefits. And also the government has a role in more transparent engagement, community benefit sharing, and having the strong regulatory oversight. So at the moment, the Australian government's implementing the recommendations that came out of that review.
Thank you so much, Director Sona, for Australia, one of the complex society to get the public acceptance of this. But it's quite important to bring forward the CCUS commercialization. I think we appreciate that. I think last our online distinguished panelists, Ms. Soyan, you have any few words about this, about Myanmar?
Yes, we have potential to CCUS projects in onshore and offshore block. But we have many challenges to implement the CCUS project. We have no regulation for CCUS project, but government encourage to private sector who invest in low carbon projects and industry sector and transportation sector. We have target to carbon neutrality in 2050. We search the way to as many different pathways, our utilization and decarbonization and recycling and fostering in our industry sector. In future, I look at that in future more and more important energy security and more and more important CCUS projects and CCS projects for energy security and sustainable energy for all over the world. So we try to implement the CCS and CCUS projects, but we need access with an cooperation in financing and technology also. We learned about this program from Indonesia, Japan, and the others, Australia, also other countries. We learned about the technology and the project implementation. It's very nice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Soyan, for your insight. We appreciate this. I think we're coming to the end. I will not say much about this. All the insight from each of the distinguished speakers for today. But I think one key message that we see the fast development of the CCUS in each of the countries. And I think we learn from each other. I think some have very advancing from pilots toward commercialization. I think the more important is the business model and then also support by the right policies to ensure that the CCUS can be commercialized by itself, because a market will take place and then the CCUS itself has to be commercialized in that case. And one of the market instrument is to ensure that CCUS can earn the carbon credit, which the price that can reflect the true cost. So I think we should convey a clear message that CCUS is one of the important of the region decarbonization pathway, because it seems that without this, I think we don't have much choice to reach our net zero or whatever carbon neutrality by the target year with the 2050 or 60. So I think with the regional collaboration and like some country like Indonesia could play important role as hub and to ensure that the CO2 transboundary transport can take place, because some country can emit, capture and transfer and storage somewhere. I think this as a community, I think that we can accelerate this market as soon as possible to support the not only NDC but to decarbonize our region emission. So with that, I want you to give a big applause to our distinguished panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much
all the panelists and any photographer here.
Yes, right. That's correct. We'll proceed to the photo session. So please remain on stage for the photo session. Okay, one more round of applause, please, to our esteemed panelists and also to Dr. Fu Min for skillfully leading us through the conversation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I hope today's sessions have provided valuable insights and inspired further collaboration in CCS, CCUS, and carbon recycling. To offer closing reflections, it is my privilege to invite Dr. Muhammad Rahmat Sule, Indonesia Center of Excellence for CCS and CCUS ITB.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much that you are still staying here. And first of all, I would like to thank to ERIA, METI, and also Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Republic Indonesia to invite our institution, Indonesian Center of Excellence for CCS and CCUS at Bandung Institute of Technology as the co-host for this forum. Perhaps I would like to introduce what is Indonesian National Center of Excellence. This is actually the initiative of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources through Directorate General of Oil and Gas in 2017, and actually it was appointed to institution ITB and Migas, and our role is to promote the implementation of CCS and CCUS in Indonesia. And since 2012, actually we have conducted a study. It is called Gundi CCS project. And since 2020, we did the feasibility study of enhanced gas recovery of Tangguh. And what we have found from the study is that the CCS implementation in Indonesia, both for Gundi and for Tangguh, can give also additional financial benefit. So this is a good news actually, and we reported these findings to SKK Migas, and since then many companies in Indonesia, not only oil and gas but also petrochemical industry and others, ask our group to serve them in conducting feasibility studies. So until now, we have served more than 30 studies in Indonesia and also in Timor-Leste. So what we have learned since yesterday. So we have learned some development in the policy, commercial consideration for cross-border CCS, and then about the transportation of the CO2 by using shipping to support the cross-border CCS, and then carbon recycle. And we learn also some institution who conduct research studies in in the Asia CCUS Network members, yeah. And lastly, we have learned also update from each member country about the CCS development. So I think it is a very advanced, yeah, if we compare with the first forum in 2021. I attended this forum, and oh my God, this is very good news that the CCS and CCUS development in this region is moving forward. Okay, and then if we talk about the cross-border CCS, maybe we have to reflect to the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. So it is said that cooperation between countries to achieve their climate goals, and in Europe, actually it is the basis to introduce the Northern Light project for CCS hub, and later what I have heard, the Netherlands could start also the Porthos and Artemis project, and also in Denmark and UK. So maybe in our region we have to discuss about this positive or benefit of implementing this Article 6. Yeah, so we have to collaborate. Maybe my suggestion is that CCUS could be considered for this country, because in Europe only CCS is accepted, but in these countries, in this region, maybe utilization of carbon dioxide could be included in the cooperation. And maybe my suggestion for the future forum is that it should be attractive. Yeah, I mean, it is very good right now. We have learned many things, but maybe in the future, of course, local champions should report more about their activity in CCS and CCUS in their home countries. And then maybe we would like to hear also the typical business model for each project, because CCS project is a specific project. It means that maybe the business model will be different with the other location. And then the definition of the mandatory and voluntary carbon credits should be clear. Yeah, in Indonesia there is a long discussion whether the companies who will reduce the carbon emission can be declared as the voluntary carbon credit. Yeah, so because at the end maybe the economical benefit will belong to these companies. So I think because in several developing countries, there is no incentive and also the carbon tax is not implemented yet. Maybe this is what the country could give. Yeah. So that's why what we have learned from Gundih and Tangguh project, actually, once you inject the CO2, if it is declared as a voluntary carbon credit, so the carbon credit could be sold. And we would like to encourage also the international carbon credit mechanism. Yeah, because otherwise in Indonesia, the domestic carbon credit trading is already started, but the maximum price is only around $4 per ton CO2. Yeah, and as the end of my closing remarks, I would like to inform that our center, together with the Indonesian Carbon Trade Association, will be the host for the Carbon Digital Conference, the third Carbon Digital Conference, and it will be conducted in our campus in Bandung. And based on our experience in the first and second Carbon Digital Conference, the first one in Bali and second one in Jakarta, so it was attended by more than 300 people. And this year, for the first time, we will announce 2 or 3 CCS projects in Indonesia to be registered in the VVB, Validation and Verification Body. So maybe this is a good news to show that in this region we are doing something in order to realize our CCS project. Yeah. So again, I would like to thank for the organizing committee, to METI, ERIA, and MEMR, and also SKK Migas for making this important event to be realized. Thank you very much and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sule, for your thoughtful closing remarks. We hope the knowledge shared and connections made here today will continue to advance CCUS initiatives across Asia. Our sincere appreciation goes to all speakers, moderators, and of course, all of you participants. This concludes our program. It has been an honor to serve as your host. We wish you a pleasant evening and a safe journey home. Thank you very much and see you again at the 6th Asia CCUS Network Forum.